Afternoon session, and just once again thank you for this morning, and welcome back to those. Hopefully we had a pretty good fellowship this morning, so oopsie, I'll just wait till we're on air, I think. Correct, so we're on air, so welcome back for the afternoon session. So we've got just for the members of the public, we've got a number of items that we're making deliberations or decisions on today, and to date we have made decisions on selling assets to repay debt, the Davis Library, the Wanganui East Pool and the Repertory Theatre. So this afternoon we start off with, doesn't get any easier, start off with the Aviary at Rotakawa, Virginia Lake, and we have a number of alternative motions from the officer recommendations, of which this is one, and we have Councillor Michael, who has put to us that the council seeks a community group to own and operate the Aviary via a publicly advertised tender process, and B, council sells the Aviary for a nominal price of $1, and C, a 10-year ground lease is put in place for a peppercorn rental of $1 per year, and D, council provides a grant fund of $30,000 per year to support the group to operate the Aviary, and E, if no suitable community group is identified through the tender process, then the Aviary will be closed. So I assume, Michael, you'll be the mover of this. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Glenda. Questions?
Recording in progress.
It's already been recorded, by the way, but questions. First one, Councillor Michael.
I was going to answer the questions.
Right, well, they might not be directed at you in all cases. So, yeah. So I'll move to Councillor Charlie.
So who would I be addressing my question to?
The chair. The chair.
Okay. If we go with this, what guarantee have we got that these people we have a duty of care for these birds? And how can we police it?
If we go this option, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Great question. So looks like Sarah's going to answer that one.
I was wondering where Sarah was.
You got to push it again. There's nothing.
Do you want me to ask the question again?
That's dead.
Yeah, we need to. Okay. Yeah, I'll just if we could make some effort to get these microphones sorted. But Sarah, I'll leave it to you to comment.
Right. So the question, what guarantees do we have around duty of care? So if we move with this option, my response to that is that we would require that there is the duty of care in there, or we don't proceed with that as an option.
Right, so we need to know that before we let the people start operating, wouldn't we?
Yes.
My question is how will we know that, I suppose?
It would be relative to how we tendered for the interest, but we would need experience.
David, did you want to?
Yeah. Through your worship, just to add to what Sarah said there, we would incorporate some kind of vetting process into the tendering and then I suppose divesting process to make sure that we were satisfied that that we were handing it over to somebody that was competent, that was going to maintain animal welfare standards. Obviously, there's limitations to that. It's a point in time, and after we've handed it over to somebody else, then we're kind of out of the equation. At which point, if they subsequently fail to follow through on those things or things deteriorate over time, we don't really have any way of taking it back. But at that point, it is outside of our hands.
Okay. Thank you. Mine's actually similar to that. So whilst we're on the subject, is having a community group is all well and good. But it goes back to a proficient level of capability and training and knowledge, which came through the independent report on the aviary, the recent report that we received, which highlighted animal husbandry being an issue and animal welfare in general. So are there such standards or requirements and sufficient training required, or is it just knowledge?
I think it's probably a little bit of both. With respect to health and safety, there's some clear rules and do's and don'ts. With animal husbandry, or aviary husbandry, as the case may be, there are some guidelines. Although one can be prosecuted under New Zealand, some New Zealand laws for failing to provide suitable animal husbandry care and attention, and that typically comes out in this country anyway through the farming sector. But there are laws and rules around that. So in response to your question, it comes back to a bit of everything: knowledge, experience, and qualifications.
Okay. So to follow-up question, no, I'll leave it actually. That's fine. So I'll move to Councillor Kate.
Thank you. So my question is around the same sort of vein in terms of maintaining appropriate standards, and particularly in light of the fact that this is one of our premier parks. Are you able to give us examples where, a part of a facility, I guess there's the cafe, but in your experience, Sarah, have you ever seen anything like this?
No, I haven't. And if you're asking me for my assessment of outsourcing this,
Yes.
Manager's recommendation is that we close it and not outsource it.
So let's just tease that a little bit, accept it, but let's tease it out a little bit. What ability, I've heard from the Chief Executive that we would have very little control over the animal husbandry once we handed it over. We could vet, make sure it's an appropriately qualified group taking it on, but once that's done, we wouldn't have any ability to pull that back, if you like.
Well, it depends on the nature of the arrangement that we establish, but what management recommendations have been been about up until now with respect to outsourcing it is that we do it lock, stock and barrel, so that we can't and won't be held responsible for the quality of an operation that we're not responsible for. So that's from a PCBU perspective and health and safety perspective. So that's why we're drawing that hard line. We would be opening ourselves up to having all care and no responsibility if that agreement wasn't over that hard line. And I think our Chief Executive has made his position reasonably clear that as the Chief Executive, he isn't prepared to entertain that because the buck would stop with him if we were in that space.
Thank you. My next question is around deferred maintenance and improvement of the facility. Now, as I understand it, when we approved to keep it open last year, there was a schedule of works planned, and then this came back onto the agenda and we're rethinking the issue, and those schedule of works were paused. To get the facility into a state as recommended by the writer of the report, do you recall how much would need to be spent on it?
Someone might like to correct me, but my recollection is that we added in $150,000, or it might have been $140,000, to improve or increase the level of staffing and some of the support that they need to start to deliver against some of the expectations that were laid out in the report, and that there would be a business case provided that showed the works and the design of the works and the costs associated with the works to improve the structure. that bit didn't proceed, so I don't have clarity on the cost of any of the structural capital investments that we would need to make, because we paused for the reasons that you've described.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ross.
Since the Avery matter came up 12 months ago, including today, has any group approached you with the possibility of taking it over?
Not that I'm aware, no.
Okay. Part 2 of that. This resolution mentions in D, Council provides a grant fund of $30,000 a year to support the group to operate the Avery. The report said that there needed to be a staffing FTE, which is 140, 150,000, structural changes to the Avery, definitely some disability access and educational material. Would $30,000 a year cover that?
It might cover the things that you've described, but there are a bunch of other things that we're in the process of identifying that would deliver on some of the expectations in the report, including things like improving the area or some of the areas where the birds are actually homed at the moment. So the structural improvements weren't just all about people interfacing and interacting with that space, but also about improving the spaces for the animals.
So officers' first preference is to close it. End of story. If council was then directed, as a result of today, to go down this resolution, is it clear, and it may not be fair on you to ask this, but is it clear what you would require from an interested group that hasn't come forward for over 12 months and it's been in the public domain, that option, what you would require of them based on the other items I mentioned? Would there be minimum requirements in at least 4 of those areas?
I don't think that's an unfair question. I don't think it's clear right now. But if this is where we land, then we would have to work towards getting clear, so that we have all of the expectations laid out in whatever form of agreement we reach with the yet to be identified group.
Thank you.
Councillor Rob.
Thank you. Sarah, last year when we visited the Avery, we met a person that was working there, and I gather that there are quite a number of volunteers involved in this operation up there already, and there appears to be members of the Wanganui Bird Club, and a bird club has submitted here as well. So is the Wanganui Bird Club a credible organisation that could take out on this role?
I'm not in a position to answer that.
So what contact has been made with the Wanganui Bird Club?
I haven't made any contact with them.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Charlie.
I'm not sure this is a valid question or not, but I'm wondering why we don't have a status quo as the third option on this. Is it because no one put it up?
Status quo. Just keep going as it is.
You put it up.
Okay.
Through your worship, we don't have a status quo option because the status quo isn't a tenable option. You've got a report from an expert that clearly says we're deficient in animal welfare standards. They need to be addressed. Simple as. If we're going to continue with the Avery, then, as with anything, if you're going to do it properly. If we're not committed to doing it properly, then stop doing it. If we're going to hand it over to a third party, then it needs to be a complete handover, because if there's any way of clawing it back or any degree of control that council has over it, then as the chief executive, I'm potentially personally liable for health and safety, which can result in my imprisonment or fine. I'm not prepared to accept that. And then from an ethical point of view, the animal welfare standards, again, there would be a degree of accountability that comes back to me personally as well. So, yeah, we're going to do it properly. If we're not going to do it, if we're not prepared to do it properly, don't do it at all. But if you want to hand it over to somebody else so they can do it properly, hand it over in its entirety.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Glenda.
Thank you. If a community group or trust was successful in taking it over in its entirety, you mentioned about national standards, animal welfare standards, so they would then have those standards that they would need to adhere to? Is that what you said earlier?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, cool. And if a community group or trust was able to take it over, would they then be able to access further funding that us as a council organisation wouldn't have been able to for those projects?
I'm not sure,
No.
Glenda. It depends on the nature of the group, what they're trying to access, and what
Okay.
for.
Thanks.
Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, thank you. If I could just, perhaps it's the question of the Chief Executive. David, I think you stated when it was asked, because that the status quo wasn't an option. And I'm just querying because our consultation actually obviously tells people that there are some issues, and you sought this zoologist, that we put it in last year's annual plan, and then we made a decision to keep it open. And that we've since made a number of improvements. And really the annual plan does tell people, it says it's in the context of increasing costs and our effort to keep rates affordable, we're putting this back on the table. Because of these pressures, Council recommends the aviary, closing the aviary to save 190,000. I guess it's in the context that you said that the status quo is not an option, yet we've done a whole lot of stuff. And I just don't think that's what we've actually told the community. So sorry to put you on the spot.
That's
But
fine. Look, so for clarity, the status quo at the moment from a budgetary point of view is, as you've rightly said, the annual plan last year increased the budget so that we could recruit 1.5, so a full-time and a part-time trained animal handler that has the qualifications to meet the animal welfare requirements. The status quo as of today from an actual practical point of view is we have not yet recruited those staff because this conversation came back on the table, and it's just not fair to go and recruit new people knowing that we could potentially be closing the facility and then making them redundant. So from a practical point of view, the status quo is not an option. Some of what's required is already in the annual plan, or was in the annual plan budget. That needs to carry on. I don't think there's a tenable option where you can pull back from those trained staff members. The thing that isn't and wasn't in the annual plan, as Sarah's already talked about, is the capital funding required to improve the facilities, because that was always contingent on doing a bit of research work around what was going to be required. So again, if we continue with the aviary, we need to budget some capital, because some of the recommendations were about increasing some of the free flight enclosure areas to give the birds that are in there more room, because they're too small for the size and number of birds we have.
Okay, and just to check, yes, so a little bit further, that option 2 in the consultation document was to keep it aviary open. That talked about a cost of 190,000. You've kind of said it's, you know, we haven't about our employee at this stage because of us doing this now, and it still there's some capital work required. But if I was to ask you, should Councillor Michael's resolutions fail, which I'm not necessarily wishing to happen, I've heard, with the work you've done, do you think a budget, a reduction on that budget is possible? Of the 190,000 budget?
Yeah. So again, through you, Your Worship, again, that's the comment I just made, is if you choose to keep the aviary, that is the budget that I think we need to do a proper job and look after the animals to an adequate standard. So no, I don't think the budget can be reduced.
That includes OPEX and CAPEX?
No, that's the operating cost. We will need to do the piece of work to scope out the improvements. Then we'll come back at the annual plan and tell you what we think we need to do if we can't fund it from existing budgets.
Okay. There are no further questions. So we'll move, and we've got a mover and a seconder. So we'll move to comments. Councillor Michael.
Thank you, Mayor Andrew. We're back again 1 year later. Last year, you will remember that almost 90% of people wished to keep the aviary. And at the end of that, we decided to increase the budget. We did that, not the officers. So I want the public to be aware that actually as a council, we did actually say, let's raise it to $190,000, or $200,000, I think was the right actual figure. So the officers are just doing what we asked them to do. Now, I appreciate in a council that's probably the right amount of people. 4 FTE in total does seem a little bit extreme, but to a council we must meet a whole bunch of processes, procedures and compliance acts that other people do not need to make. However, this has been run by volunteers, people who call themselves volunteers for a number of years, who run much larger aviaries, who are looking after birds. People call them when a pigeon is hurt and they go and collect them, look after them, bring them back to the wild. These people are really good at their job. No, they're not zoologists. No, they are not people who will do a PhD in animal welfare. This is an aviary. This is not a zoo. You're completely correct in your comments. The people who actually we hand this over to will have to follow things like RSPCA. They cannot, they will go to jail themselves. And it's a very public orientation. Therefore, people will be putting complaints in the same way they do now. So they will not be able to abuse the birds. I would like to remind us as well that originally the publication from the zoologist, almost all of the mandatory items were procedure, process, and people-driven. Why? Because the staff did not turn up on the day and explain they did feed the birds every day. They didn't write in the documentation that they fed the birds. And in zoos and in professional council-run organisations, you must write down when you feed birds, when you water them, when you change them. They just looked after the birds, did a good job. So I think what I'm offering here is a good alternative to save $150,000 of our money, the ratepayers' money, the residents' money, but provide the same level of service, if not better service, because they will be able to access funding, they will access education, sponsorship, and donation funding that we cannot easily access. We will be able to remove the tenants if they do not meet welfare standards. We can. It's our land. We're offering a ground lease. The same way with cafe. If the cafe becomes incoherent and goes public with lies, we can remove the cafe. We can remove any tenant from our land. We can remove funding if they're not meeting the expectation of our compliance. So the reason why I put $30,000 here is to ensure that we have a way of influencing their operations. If they completely go against us but don't break any rules, we'll just remove the funding. I do believe that $16,000 it roughly costs for running the aviary, plus some veterinary bills and some basic maintenance, $30,000 is enough. And that will allow them then to work out if it's voluntary labour or sponsorship labour. And I'm here to say that I'm happy to sponsor a bird every year for their 10-year period. Around 10,000 people use the aviary. It's a much loved item. I understand why you brought it up again. I want to make sure that we can't bring it up again for the next 10 years. And I expect it over the next 10 years, we will probably look to close this because it is becoming out of fashion. But if you take away this aviary from the people, when they have clearly said again and again, do not take away our aviary, I just feel that you're not doing the just cause when I've given you an option that looks after the birds, doesn't cost you much money at all, and well, that's it. There's no money. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Glenda.
Thank you. Yes, I do support this motion. I think it's quite well rounded. I think it thinks of everything. It's got the option of closing it if no suitable community group is identified through the tender process. So from that point of view, I think it's a good motion to support. It is a premier park, as Councillor Doblin has said. where the aviary is. It's free. All families can go, anyone can go there and enjoy it. It's on a main route in and out of town, and it seems to be very popular, and it has been clearly articulated during the submission process that people want it to be open. What else was I going to say? I think a community group or trust, as you've mentioned, Councillor Law, is able to access funding that we can't. So from that point of view, I think that is a good reason to support and to privatise it. And I don't think there is an option for a status quo. It's either privatise it or close it. Privatise it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Robb.
Thank you. Yes, I'm in support of this option because I think the public does want this aviary to stay open. And officers have identified a $190,000 cost. You know, I'll just read out what the Wanganui Bird Club said last time we discussed this, about these costs. The justification of employing qualified and experienced full-time staff all day, 7 days a week, to attend 170 birds is ridiculously excessive. Measured against common sense and economic criteria, this is simply a fanciful academic in fairyland. We feel that the current part-time hours have served us and the birds well. You know, these are the bird lovers. These are the ones who save the birds if it comes to that. You know, and as I said before, when we visited up there, the person that showed us around was a member of the Wanganui Bird Club. So this organisation is eminently suitable as a community group to actually perform this role. If they don't meet the criteria, well, it simply won't proceed and it'll be closed. The opportunity now is with the organisations like the Wanganui Bird Club, like the volunteers like Mike Street, who works there quite regularly, a member of the Virginia Lake Trust, to actually make this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you. So I've got 2 5-year-olds, and the three of us were up at Virginia Lake on the weekend, a beautiful weekend, and we had a fantastic time. My kids absolutely love walking around the lake and feeding the ducks. They also love running through the doors to the aviary. Do they stop and look at the birds inside? No, they don't. Look, I'm sure some kids do love the birds. I'm sure some people do. But I personally think that the aviary brings down the standard of our premier park. I think that it's tired and it is out of date. I think that there are so many birds up at our lake and in our park that aren't in a cage, that can be accessed by everyone in our community. The lake is free to go to, just like the aviary is. And I don't think that removing the aviary would reduce significantly the overall experience of our premier park. I think regardless of whether we're talking about a grant fund of $30,000 or an overall spend of $140,000, I don't think it's a good use of our funds. I would rather see that funding go towards our native birds and education programs at Bushy Park. I think that is a much, much better use of our funds than a tired aviary with non-native birds that are trapped. I think that my position has not changed from a year ago. I voted against retaining the aviary then, and I'm voting against it now. So I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Ross.
I echo Councillor Charlotte's comments, although I don't have 2 5-year-olds to look after. So just in point form, I chose not to. No one has come forward for 12 months. No one. The Bird Society or Club, which keeps getting mentioned, have not made an approach, but they have made some comments and some very good feedback, by the way. The last time this came up, it was overwhelming. The public said, hands off, keep it going, and we did. This survey shows it shifted dramatically to nearly 50-50, still marginally in support, but 50-50. Public opinion is changing. Why is it changing? I don't know. One councillor mentioned that anyone can go to the aviary. No, they can't. If you're in a wheelchair, you can't go through the aviary. And when I went up there with all the other councillors 12 months ago, and it was my idea that we all went up there, somebody said to me, when I said, you can't get through there in a wheelchair, the councillor replied, but there's a pathway, they can go around the outside. And I got really rattled because of equity issues. 1 in 4 of us has a disability, either obvious or not obvious. And for 50 years, that aviary has not catered for people with severe disability. And they have a right to be treated equally. And the cost of that is not cheap. And that's in the report, equity. And you're not going to get a volunteer group putting in that kind of money to support disability access coming through that venue. I was also very disappointed by the people who poo-pooed the report by the specialists. They denigrated that man, they denigrated the report, they then denigrated the associated costings as saying, ridiculous. But who are they to judge an expert in return? I found that extremely wanting. Lastly, Bushy Park, yes, I am on the board as a council representative with no advantage gained. Endangered birds. We have one of the most successful bird breeding programs in the country. We need to support it. That aviary, as pretty as it is with some of the birds, they are foreign birds, they're not endangered. The educational value of those birds is minimal compared to what we can do with our tamariki and rangatahi out at that venue. We can really show our children about Kiwi, New Zealand birds that are endangered and how they can better protect them rather than paying $2 for some duck food and wandering around the outside. I think the Virginia Lake is a marvellous premier park. Do I think it will be less than what it is without that aviary? No, I do not. And I ask the public to understand that my focus for not supporting this is I do not believe people with disability will be supported because they haven't been for 50 years and I don't expect they will be after this.
Thank you. Councillor Peter.
Yes, thank you. For me, the issue is not so much, well, not firstly the money. My issue is with the animals themselves. We need to start teaching our children to show first no harm. Let's start caring for them, show some kindness and some compassion. These animals are not where they are meant to be. So, on that regard, I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, thank you. Another emotional issue, I think, and a really good discussion. I'd like to thank Councillor Michael for bringing his group of resolutions to the table because, in brief, they give this aviary this long-term aviary in our premier park around our entranceway to our city, an absolute jewel in our crown. They give it a chance. It's still in the end may end up in it being open, but it gives it a chance. We had 1,444 submitters on this issue. It was very split. I think the community is probably pretty disappointed in us for bringing it up again, but rightly so, it's been brought up, and it's been brought up around that cost. That's the key issue we put in our plan. We've done. The chief executive had a good look at this issue. It was highlighted to him, or whichever way, or he looked further into it like a good chief executive, and we've done a lot of work around the animal welfare. Sure, we have not employed people. Good decision to make when we've decided to raise, and this has been raised again. So, you know, we've enriched the lives of those birds, we've reduced the numbers. And I should have declared a conflict of interest. I live very close, or I live around the outskirts of that lake, and so for my 20 years there, 22, I have seen so many people, so many families in our community and our visitors get some real enjoyment from that facility. Community funding will be available. I sit on a trust, and I mean, you know, you don't need to even be a charitable trust to get community funding. But we know community funding will be available. I think it's really important, as Councillor Michael said, that we've got skin in the game, because it actually gives us a clear monitoring role. And you know, yeah, I mean, this is not. Please don't cloud this. We're not talking about Bushy Park here. They made a submission to us asking for some funds, and I believe that's going to be dealt with separately around our community grants. But this Bushy Park is an absolutely wonderful facility, but this is not a decision for Bushy Park or for the aviary. This is just about this jewel in our crown. We've had our Virginia Lake Trust come to us, you know, who have looked after this in voluntary capacity, have taken so much pressure off our ratepayers for years and years. And they believe that council's using a sledgehammer to crack a walnut. They see it as part of the total lake package. They have wonderful volunteers like Mike Street who want to help. Have they come to us in the last year? Well, that's not really the question, because, you know, we've only spent about 6 months trying to sort things out. We need to, I plead with you to support Councillor Laws's resolutions and to give this a chance. I was going to propose, if this failed, that we would to put up basically a resolution around keeping it open. But I think the Chief Executive has told us, it's not that we couldn't keep it open, but it is the cost of it. But I'm probably not looking. I think this is our chance. It's give it a chance for this proposal, or it's closed. And once it's closed, it will not be open. Thank you very much.
Councillor Charlie.
Yeah, thank you. I don't believe any animal should be kept in captivity. I've been deeply concerned about the mental health of those cockatoos at that aviary, zoo, if you like, and I thought they'd gone, but apparently they haven't gone. And I guess when the aviary's under council control, they did our best to look after them. Now we've got possibly have a new team on board. I'm even more concerned for them. So I'll be voting against this. Thank you.
Councillor Kate.
Oh, thank you. We came here in 1970 as a family. So, and I'm not sure it's been there, the aviary's been there all the time, but it's certainly been in my memory for all of that time growing up, just around the corner. I think that a facility like that is very much last century. I think, and I supported keeping it open last time this was at the table, but I'm not going to support keeping it open now, because I think we've moved on as a society. I think it's something that we like to take the children to, and I certainly take my grandchildren there, but it is not open to all, and those cockatoos are in a sad state. You know, they're in a very small enclosure, and if we're not prepared to invest in it, and invest in it significantly, then we shouldn't be doing it. And I mean, we shouldn't be doing it as a community.
Yeah. Councillor Josh.
Thank you. I'm in a similar position to Councillor Kate. I do have fond memories of the aviary from my childhood. That was 25 years after 1970, but even so, I do remember from an early age going there with my family and enjoying the facility. I think the more that I've reflected on this, and similar vote to Councillor Kate, I did vote to keep it open last time, I've realised that it is primarily nostalgia that keeps me wedded to that facility. And I came into this debate today very open-minded, and I wanted to be persuaded that there was something else that could justify it being open. And that's why I waited until the end of the debate to speak. And, you know, hearing from Councillor Charlotte, from Councillor Ross, and others, I recognise now that this is a facility that is dated, that does require a whole lot of investment to bring it up to the appropriate standard, that there are animal welfare issues, and at the end of the day I've got to take a step back and look at this objectively. And looking at it objectively, I can see now that we do need to take a different approach to the type of facilities offered at Virginia Lake. And I'm cognizant of the fact that very soon we will be asking the community for an indication of what they want the future of Virginia Lake as a premier park to look like, primarily in the context of the hospitality offered at the lake, but I think we can possibly have a broader conversation as well. So I will be voting against this motion, and I will be supporting the closure and decommissioning of the aviary. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jenny.
Thank you. I think my mic dropped out earlier on, but never mind. With regards to this item, a number of comments have been made. One of them is about equity. One cannot get a wheelchair through the aviary. Well, you can't get a wheelchair through the winter garden either. We're not looking at closing the winter garden. So there are equity issues all over town. There always will be. It's just too expensive to make every single place wheelchair friendly. I've been approached by a number of people with small children who actually really, really love going up there and seeing the birds in the cage. And love it. It's one of their favourite pastimes, and it is, as people keep mentioning, it's a free activity for people in Wanganui. So I guess that's another plus. It's also been mentioned that no one has come forward to run the aviary on our behalf, but then we haven't invited anyone to do so. We haven't made that available. Personally, just like last time round, birds in cages, to me, they are a thing of the past. They're not something that we should be doing now. However, we do have an aviary, and it is full of birds, although a lot fewer birds than this time last year, which is a good thing. So, it might seem strange, but I am going to vote for this on the basis that I think that a private group will do a better job than us, council, are doing this, and I predict that within a couple of years it will close anyway. But they will look after the birds better, and they will decommission it better than we will. So I'm going to vote for. Thank you.
Councillor Michael? Just rather reply. Oh, okay, well, I'll just make a quick comment myself. Look, this is obviously come back to us again after annual plan discussion on this last year where we voted to keep it open. It's back on the table again because our rate environment is high, so it's come on for dollar reasons. From my own perspective, to me it's more than that. I have spoken to people that are, some are experts in this area, so I've had a bit to do with Wild Base in Palmerston North, where they take on injured birds and once they're ready for release, they'll release them back into the wild again. And I've also spoken to people in the community that are passionate about lots of things, and my own sense is that reading the Law and Roberts report from last year and taking a balanced perspective of this, I actually don't understand the concept of animals that are captive. I don't get it. I can't get myself past that. Where birds are encaged. I'm from a farm, and on our family farm, I was just saying at the break that we have wild cockatoos flying around. You know, the white ones with the yellow comb underneath on the yellow comb, and it's an amazing sight to see them swoop from tree to tree, from forest to forest. We've got birds in the aviary that could do that, but they can't. I just don't get. Birds have got wings to fly, and they're not able to do that in the aviary. And I guess it goes back to some of the rhetoric that around the table here that it doesn't seem right to me. That's my sense, to have bird aviaries in this day and age. So on balance, I am going to vote against this alternative recommendation. But I'll pass over to Councillor Michael for a right of reply.
Thank you. So my reply is, obviously this looks like it's failing, but I'll go one last little snippet. The reason why you brought this back was for cost, and I've just sorted your costs. So no one go to the media and say that it's about costs. It was never about costs. Because I've just shown you that I will save you more money. Last year we said the cost to close Avery down was $80,000. I'm costing you 30. So next year's rate rises should be more with this idea that you're proposing than mine. I understand it's tired and tatty, and I think that's a really good idea because community can actually come together now and make it look lovely. It is a Victorian-style aviary for a heritage city. It suits what we are. At the end of the day, it is last century, it's Victorian, and I agree with my colleague to my right here, is that I believe it will eventually close down. But as I've said to multiple people, if you take something away from someone with no warning, they will be upset. If you know within 10 years it's going to be gone, they are much more accepting to that. I agree that they'll be looked after better. But this is not, you're not going to let these birds go, are you? Think about this logically. You're saying you're looking after the birds. Okay, what are you going to do with the birds? You're going to kill them? You're going to put them in a smaller cage in someone's house? Now, at the end of the day, I presume we didn't have anti-farmer rhetoric here, but we have lots of animals in cages. They're called pens. We have pets. My dog is in my house right now. They're not in the natural environment. So I'm very confused. If you want to save money, this is your option. If you want to be community focused, this is your option. If you want to listen to the people, this is your option. If you want, and hopefully this is not the case, something fancy and arty and glamorous being built in the future, then move the aviary. Don't just get rid of it because it doesn't fit in what you want in a few years' time. Thank you.
Right, thank you. That's the end of comments. So we are going to put this motion on the screen. Should it pass, well, that will be the motion. That'll be the recommendation. If it doesn't, we have an alternative recommendation from council officers. So the motion on the screen to get your vote on is that the council A seeks a community group to own and operate the aviary via a publicly advertised tender process, and B sells the aviary for a nominal price of $1, and C approves that a 10-year ground lease is put in place for a peppercorn rental of $1 per year, and D provides a grant fund of $30,000 per year to support the group to operate the aviary, and E closes the aviary if no suitable community group is identified through the tender process. So all those in favour? Councillor Glenda, Deputy Mayor Helen, Councillor Jenny, Councillor Michael, Councillor Rob and Councillor Philippa. All those against? Councillor Charlie, Charlotte, Josh, Kate, Ross and Peter and myself. So motion has failed. But thank you very much, Councillor Michael, for that. So the officer recommendation, we move to that, is that the council approves the bird aviary at Ratakawa, Virginia Lake is closed and decommissioned and the birds rehomed from 1 July 2024. So do we have any questions in relation to that specific motion? Okay, so I'm requesting those specific to this because we've had a bunch of questions. Yep. Councillor Rob.
Yeah, can we be advised what will be added to the LTP because of this? There's obviously a cost of closing down.
Through your worship, as with all of the officers' recommendations, these are what the current budget is based on. So there will be nothing additional to the draft budget.
Okay.
Councillor Charlie.
I'd just like some advice on how the birds are going to be rehomed. Have you got any ideas?
No, that's fine. I'm happy with that question. I mean, sometimes things pop up. So,
Through you, Your Worship, as you know, we've already made moves in response to the original report to reduce the bird numbers, making sure that they're rehomed to suitable places where they're going to be well cared for. We'll just continue that process as quickly as we can.
all right. So there's no further questions. So we'll move to comment. Any comments? Oh, sorry. No. Yeah, no, it's good. No, we. So we have a mover, Councillor Charlotte, and a seconder is Councillor Ross. Sorry, yes. So I'll move to comments. Do we have any comments on this item? It is very clear as to what it means, but we have Councillor Jenny.
We do. So we're going to close the aviary, which means all of the birds in the aviary are going to go somewhere else. All of them are going to go to another cage somewhere else, out of our purview, where we are unable to have any control whatsoever over their well-being. And that is what is going to happen to all of the birds in the cage. Whereas had we kept it, we could have wound it down carefully, bird by bird, whatever. We could have looked after the birds, whereas now we have no control once those birds leave that aviary as to what will happen to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ross.
Yeah. They're in a cage here, they'll be in a cage there, they'll serve out the term of their natural life, and it will be done and dusted. As I said earlier, we were 50-50 in this survey. In this chamber, we are almost 50-50. We reflect the split in our community. We're no different. We are part of this community, and we've given some very personal views. I was raised in a family where we bred birds, budgies and all sorts of things, and I was never comfortable with the fact they couldn't fly their wings as much as they wanted to. They were very pretty, but they were caged. I feel for the councillors and the members of the public who are concerned about the loss of these birds. Whomever takes these birds to their home will be loved. They'll be lining up to take these birds. And I'm sure some people have large cages rather than grotty little rusty budgie cages. And I'm sure when they're approached to council and there's a process for council for rehoming these birds, I'm not sure if they'll be visiting the homes in question or whether they'll be looking at photographs. But I'm sure our officers will be looking with compassion as to what those facilities might be for those birds and their rehoming. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peter.
Yes, thank you. What heartens me about this is that no new birds will be put into cages. So that will teach our children how we expect them to behave in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Michael.
What heartens me is that the birds have decreased in size by half in the time period, that the husbandry has been put in a different process, that no birds will be inbred anymore, no birds are being imported anymore, and I completely agree with my colleague to my right that the average bird's cage is going to give them at least 46% less space. And just to update my colleague to my left, 50% said keep, 44% said close, 6% said don't know, and that was based on a cost of $190,000, not on $30,000.
Thank you. Councillor Philippa.
Oh yeah, just very briefly, because I'm just for clarity, reading from the officer's comments, the cost of closing the aviary will be circa $20,000. $20,000, yes, for demolition. So I can't ask a question here, but I'm going to gather that as a rate impact. But that's the officer's comment. There is a cost of $20,000 to for demolition.
Yeah, just, yeah.
Again, for the sake of clarification, the costs associated with all of the officers' recommendations are what is in the budget already. So yes, there's a cost, but there's no additional rates impact because it's already in there.
Yeah. So that was clarified before. But look, there's no further comments. So I'm going to put this to the vote, that the council approves the bird aviary at Rotokawa, Virginia Lake is closed and decommissioned and the birds rehomed from 1 July 2024. All those in favour? Councillor Charlie, Councillor Charlotte, Josh, Kate, Ross, Peter and myself. So what is that? 7. So the motion is carried. Oh, sorry, and those against? Councillor Glenda, Deputy Mayor Helen, Jenny, Michael, Rob and Philippa. Abstain? No. No abstains. Okay. So can we just confirm the numbers there? Okay, it's, motion is carried, 7 votes to 6. So thank you for that. There's a tough decision. I appreciate everyone's consideration of that, and I guess not all decisions are going to be decisive, and that's one of them. So I appreciate the fact that we do have varied views, and I thank you for bringing those to the table. Right. So the next item on the agenda is Main Street hanging flower baskets. We have an officer recommendation, but we also have a councillor shared alternative recommendation from Councillor Vincent, Councillor Melser and Councillor Law, that the Main Street hanging baskets are retained as a summer-only display at a cost no more than $45,000 plus GST, and the current 50-50 funding of this service from the general rate and CBD targeted rate to be changed to 25% general rate and 75% CBD targeted rate. What's that, sorry? Yeah, that's happy to take them separately. So we've got a mover, Councillor Rob, and do we have a seconder? Councillor Charlotte. Great, thank you. Do we have any questions in relation to this matter? Councillor Kate.
Yes, I do have a question. My question is, so is there any disadvantage? Well, I've got 2 questions. One is how is the watering system through the winter? Would there be any disadvantage to it, or any effect on its efficiency from only being used half of the year?
Okay, great. No, look, see Sarah coming up to the table to respond to that, so welcome, Sarah.
I don't believe so, Councillor.
Okay, my other question is, so where there is currently, well, in the summer, there is a basket hanging, there'd just be no baskets throughout the CBD in the winter?
That's correct. That Main Street and look after. There are a few businesses that have their own baskets.
But they would be how many-ish?
10,
10,
there's
20?
only a few, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor Ross.
Yeah, I'm not sure who can answer this question, but in relation to the resolution, how many baskets would that be for summer only, and would they be positioned primarily as before or by the gas lights and the arches?
So we've received an up-to-date quote from Main Street just recently on the 20th of May. 200 summer baskets will come at a cost of $46,669 plus GST, and 150 baskets will come at a cost for 44,600 and something or other plus GST. So 45,000 plus GST gets you 150 baskets.
Right, and my second and last question is, Wanganui and Bloom has about $180,000 in their account. What is their relationship to Main Street and Council? I know they're a trust, but are they under any obligations to support the hanging baskets?
I don't believe they are, no.
No. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Robb.
Can I just clarify, Des and I went along the street and counted the number of baskets. There's 91 baskets required for the public spaces. That's the gas lights and the arches and the key intersections around Ridgeway Street and around Mariah Place. 91 baskets. Now, there's a need for replacements, and that's where the 150 comes in. So the 150 will be adequate to do the job. As far as Councillor Kate's question is concerned, the irrigation for those baskets that we're talking about is off the back of a truck with a pump on it. So it's a manual system, can operate all year round. The irrigation system only does the verandas, and it's not included in this public display. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Glenda.
Thank you. This is directed to you, Mayor. Could I foreshadow an alternative resolution, please? That we're doing these separately, aren't we?
We're doing A and B separately. Yes, that's a request.
Okay, so I'd like to retain the Main Street hanging baskets as a summer-only display at a cost no more than 46,000. 46,000.
45,000.
46. I'd like to change that to 46, please. Boost it. Yeah. To boost.
So just to play that out a bit, so what's the lot? It's a $1,000 difference.
It's to boost the numbers. Is that what you said? Sorry.
So 200 baskets, the quote is $46,669 plus GST. And 150 baskets is 44,600 and something plus GST.
Okay. I'd like to make that 47,000, please. Thank you. And for B... Oh, sorry.
Okay, yeah, no, we've got Councillor Robb and Councillor Charlotte who've moved this, so I'll just need to check with them that they'd be happy to do that. So you're proposing to change that now, not necessarily foreshadow it. You want to change it now.
If that works.
How do you feel about that, Rob?
Well, I think there's no point in it because...
Can you put your microphone on, please, Rob? Yeah.
If you're going to have a summer display on the public areas, you don't need that number of baskets. All you need is the replacements for the 91. If you're going to get more baskets again, you're probably going to put them onto private businesses who generally get billed for it anyway. You know, so what Main Street would do is they would go along and say, does anybody want to add to this order? And it's going to cost you $50 a basket. That's the way it's been working. That's why someone mentioned that, you know, I think you did, Glenda, that someone had got bills for it. It's a voluntary situation. We do not need more than 150 baskets. Otherwise, we're going to go away from the public displays. And we also do not need more than this winter summer business. This started off as a summer-only promotion, always was a summer-only promotion. Then, about 10 years ago, Main Street came along and said, we want to go all year round with this.
So Rob, I think we just, do we want, are you happy to change it to change this? Or
Can we just get some feedback from Sarah on that, yes. On the numbers?
Thank you. There's currently 300 summer baskets.
Right.
So the current,
at a cost,
the funding that we have in place that Main Street are operating, there are 300 summer baskets.
So
and furthermore, sorry, Councillor Charlotte, my team understand that as long as Main Street have been managing this work, there have been summer and winter baskets.
Thank you for that, Sarah. I would be happy to take that amendment and increase that budget to 47,000 to boost the numbers up to 200 summer baskets only. Are you okay with that, Councillor Vincent?
Councillor Rob?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I think it's
So that
Okay.
change is
All right.
acceptable.
So
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to keep it really simple.
Okay.
47, it's a marginal difference, but thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. And for B, change the current, this is foreshadowing, that the current 50-50 funding of the service from the general rate and the CBD rate, targeted rate, be retained.
So what you're saying is that
Foreshadowing that one.
is that you don't want that last bit. That's an alternative. That's another. That's another level. So what you're proposing, if this fails, that we'd probably take out after and CBD.
If this motion fails, or that part of the motion fails, then the status quo prevails, which is what Glenda is. So there's no need to.
Okay. Right. So let's vote on each of these. So where are we up to? Gosh. We're still in questions. Right, so yes, we're still in questions. So there are no further questions, I don't think. Councillor Glenda and Councillor Robbie, you've got your microphones on. Are you?
Yep.
No further questions? Oh, you have? Okay.
No, I haven't.
No questions, okay.
I'm ready to talk to it.
No, you're you certainly are, and you dare not turn your microphone off. So no further questions. We've got a mover and a seconder, so I'm going to move to comments, and it looks like Councillor Rob is keen to go. There you go.
Look, I just want to reiterate again that the difference between having just summer-only baskets and winter and summer and winter. The fact of the matter is that the summer baskets always a far better display than the winter baskets have ever been. And in my opinion, it was a bad mistake 10 years ago when Main Street widened this from a summer-only promotion to an all-year-round promotion, because it's led to what we're doing now. It's led to a fragmented display within the central city where some are in, some are out. And the 850 baskets we originally had in this is now dwindled to 300 baskets, and largely because it's been tried to be sustained over a whole year. So I think going back to that, the other important thing to note is that the quality of the baskets has been recognised as deteriorating. And there's been a very interesting development in terms of quality of these baskets, with an approach from the previous grower, Frank Bristol, and Terry Dowdswell, who's well known as a nurseryman. They have approached and offered to experiment with 20-odd baskets and write a specification for the nursery for the type of plants to go in the baskets in the future. And then next year, they're willing to be in the marketplace to actually take up this contract. This is what Main Street have been addressing to try and address this quality issue. So I think that's going to improve as well. The other point is that the second part of this resolution about changing this split. Look, I just want to say again, 136 The Avenue, 51,065 were the rates 5 years ago. They this year are 44,101. That's a big building down there. The rates have come down. The rates have reduced for this next financial year on the budget that we've put forward from 44,598 to 44,101. So they're getting a reduction. There's not going to be a hardship to change this split. Thank you.
I'm not going to make a minor point of order here, because that's one example. I know that in my own I've got a building on the avenue, and the rates have gone up. So I can't speak for everyone else, but I know that. But I don't think. I think one example they might have gone down, but certainly. I'm just saying it's not all cases, so we can't just pick on one. But either way, let's move to Deputy Mayor Helen.
Thank you. So I've been involved with representing, I suppose, the town centre for quite some time, and I was very interested to attend a workshop held by Main Street, which I spoke at, to talk about the long-term plan. And so there were quite a number of retailers and business owners there, and I thought they were going to be talking about the hotel and all sorts of other stuff, but it was the hanging baskets. Hanging basket, I was actually quite amazed. It's, for them, that was the most important thing, for many of them. And we've had Des from Main Street here, and he has said, actually, we want to keep the hanging baskets. Our business owners want to keep the hanging baskets. They're keeping up the full value, the 90K. And they've even come back and said, we're actually happy to do the board have confirmed that the 25-75 split, they'd be happy with. That's how important they think it is. And they're doing baskets and summer baskets. So I would prefer the officer's recommendation, which is keep the full existing sum insured, but go to the 25-75 split. The impact on rates is especially, it's really not that huge. Going in and out. When the CBD...
I'm just going to swap microphones with...
weird? Okay. It's quite hard to do... Oh, yeah, okay. Right. So the average cost per rate payer under the $93,000 funding, under the 25-75 split, the cost to the rate payer, domestic rate payer, is $1.27 per annum, and for the average CBD rate payer, it's $235. So it just gives you $235, and some have gone, argue whether some people's rates have gone up or not, it's the other thing. But so the only thing I can do is look at what the Main Street organisation representing their members in the CBD, who will be paying the vast majority of the rates bill on this, what they have asked for. We've had a lot of submissions, huge number of submissions from the community who want to see the hanging baskets retain. And I remember the Floral Art Group said it's Wanganui national reputation. And it is actually. It's still one of the main things that people, you talk about Wanganui and they say, oh, the home of the hanging baskets. So I think that it's worth considering that the 47,000, or at least it's something. I'm a little bit concerned that it's only for summer. The summer market is actually from December to about March, maybe goes into April a little bit. So that will mean that there'll be no funding for hanging baskets the rest of the year, which is actually a lot of time. Actually, it does make a difference. And I'm thinking, we're going to be celebrating 100 years as a city in October. And apart from anybody who puts up a private basket, there won't be any baskets. And, that's the sort of thing you've got to think about. So you want to try, yeah. So I think that's about it, really. That's enough from me. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peter.
Yeah, I will be supporting this option because it is the least cost to our ratepayers. Throughout the LTP process, from the first workshop, I have always advocated for a 5% rate increase. I still think that's possible. So, yeah, I will leave it at that just for now.
That's it. Councillor Ross.
It is such a tiny amount of money per ratepayer that we even want to halve that. That blows me away. I don't mind the resolution, but I actually don't want to support it. I love the baskets. I think the cost to the ratepayer is $1 something per annum per ratepayer. I think in the scheme of things, trying to save money, that really is being Scrooge McDuck. And I'd like to see it left alone, and I'd like to see all those pretty flowers in bloom, as many as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you. So when I went into this consultation period, I didn't think that this was a huge issue. I felt quite sure that I didn't mind losing the baskets to find a saving. But throughout the consultation, much like Councillor Craig has noted, it was a very, very passionate and emotive issue that we heard about through engagements and during the hearings and in written submissions. So I have put forward this motion to reflect that I have heard our community. And I think that this is a good compromise to retain the best of the baskets, which is the summer season. I feel quite comfortable with the 75-25% split, considering the significant difference in commercial and residential rate increases that we're looking at this year. There is nothing to stop us from bolstering the numbers or the seasons in future contracts, future years, but I think that this reflects quite well the economic environment that we're currently facing, but also recognises that our community really values these baskets. So thank you to the community who really spoke well and clearly on this issue.
Thank you. Councillor Glenda.
Thank you. Yep, I agree with everything that Councillor Charlotte's just said, so I won't go on about that. I'll be quick. I'm more about the split. And look, I know we're talking about a minimal amount of money here, and I acknowledge that the CBD, that the commercial rate is only going to be increased by an average of 1%. Get that? But the assumption that the CBD are the only ones that get any benefit. Well, actually, we talked yesterday about CBD gets the financial benefit, and that's true. Yeah, they do. But I would also suggest that the majority of the submitters who were in favour of keeping the baskets aren't business owners, actually. There were 671 submitters, and if we were to assume that all of the 270 businesses in the CBD were part of those submitters, then 61 of those submitters are the general ratepayer. So I would also suggest that the health and wellbeing benefit for the ratepayer is also worthy of consideration. Look, we've heard so much about how wonderful they are, how it makes everybody feel cheery when they go into town. When people have visitors coming to town, they love the hanging baskets. It's iconic to Wanganui. So there is the health and wellbeing that we need to be considering as well. Assuming that businesses should take the weight of a decision heavily based on the general ratepayer isn't equally weighted, in my view. I think it should be 50-50. It's the principle of the matter. So I urge you to think about that with the split. So I won't be supporting B.
Thank you. Councillor Kate.
Thank you. I won't be supporting either of these recommendations because I think that we should be having the hanging baskets all year, and so therefore I'm in support of the officer's recommendation, and should this fail then I would be happy to move that. I think, you know, in this, I've been in fora where this conversation about how a community views its CBD, and I think we need as lively as possible, attractive CBD, because that's often how a community sees itself. For that reason, there's been investment in the shop windows when there's closed shops, and for that reason I think we need the flowering baskets all year round, particularly in light of what's being suggested in terms of improving the quality, because the quality has not been there in recent years to what it used to be. So I won't be supporting either of these recommendations, but as I say, I will be happy to move the officer's recommendation, putting back baskets all year round.
All right, thank you. Councillor Jenny.
Thank you. I think B is the same for both recommendations, whether it be the councillor recommendation or the staff. I can't support A either, so I'd be more than happy to second the staff recommendation. The higher priority for me is quality. I think the quality of what's happened in the Whanganui hanging baskets has been quite tragic and disappointing. And a March visit to Nelson showed me what stunning hanging baskets, reminded me what stunning hanging baskets can look like. They were really outstanding. So it's not a volume issue so much as a quality issue, and I would like to see them. It's not necessarily all year round either. I mean, it's probably 2 good seasons with a bit of a quiet time through the winter. So I'm very happy to support the officer recommendation, not A on this one. Thank you. And it's $1 per rateable property, not ratepayer, but rateable property. So I don't see that as a big cost.
Question?
No questions, sorry.
Oh.
No, we've done that. No, we've done that. So sorry. Yep, we've had. So look, my only comment is that I'm also in agreement with the council officer recommendation. Should this fail, I won't be supporting this. I think my criteria for my decision making right through this process has been 3 things. It's been doing the basics, infrastructure, and doing what councils do, and water and roading, and just doing those basics really well. And I think we've got that covered in this 10-year plan. The second part for me is around community cohesion, and the third part is around identity, Wanganui's identity, and the hanging flower baskets for me are part of our identity now. We introduced these years ago, and when I talk to people, they love our main street, and the hanging baskets are a big part of that. So I think for the small amount of $5 per property, then I'm happy to support the officer recommendation. Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, thank you.
Comment.
I'm just going to speak briefly. I will be supporting these resolutions. I love the hanging baskets as well, but I think the summer period is the most, absolutely the most important. I think this budget of $47,000 that we understand they will support 200 summer baskets, and I expect that Main Street, working with our supplier, can be really smart over the use of those and even get an extended period. I also support the resolution around the rate being moved to 25% general rate and 75% targeted rate. I'm a residential and a commercial ratepayer as well, but this is, we need to remember that our average residential rate is 12.8, or probably slightly higher now. So, it really is our residents that are being hit the most in this, largely due to, of course, the recycling. And if I haven't been doing a real add and minus, but we have added $300,000 already around the Wong East Pool, and I think we've only saved $10,000 around the Davis Library. So we have to think, we have to make tough decisions here. Do we want to move our way up to the 17% again that we started with about 9 months ago? I'm sure we don't. So I thank Councillor Vincent, Melsa and Laura in particular for these resolutions, and please think hard on this, people, because our ratepayers we got to get this is a very good balance between rates and keeping something so lovely as the hanging baskets. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of order. Can I ask that debate focuses on facts and not scaremongering, like moving up to 17%? You know, it's on the margin.
Could I ask? Sorry, sorry, just to my reply to that, please, because my understanding is you need to make a call on the point of order. Is that's not scaremongering. That was a reality of where we started, and now we're making a lot of decisions. We haven't even got halfway there.
That's fine. So,
thank you.
So my response to that is that from how that was worded, it did sound emotive. Yes, we did start from 17%, but that wasn't your reference point during your comment. So what I would say is that the council officer recommendation is already factored into the current rates. The new rates average of 10.8%. So by retaining the council officer recommendation, the rates will not move up to 17%. They will be retained at 10.8%. I confirm that? Yep. All right. The other point, I need to make an apology to Councillor Ross. There is section 21.4 of the standing orders. Does say that you are able to ask a question of clarification to the motion. So, do you still have a question?
Who stood up for me?
Anna did.
Oh,
so
Anna.
I didn't know that. That
I've gone red. It's simply for the. You know, sometimes when we add to a motion note, I wanted it noted that none of us want the baskets gone. So if that motion, I'm sorry, if the resolution got passed and I voted against it, it would appear to the public that I'm anti-baskets. Every single council here is pro-basket, and I didn't want to abstain. So I was hoping there'd be a wee note there that says we all love the baskets.
Okay, great, thank you. That was all. Right, I thought it might have been more substantive than that, but thank you. Right, so...
Can I have a right to reply, please?
Right of reply, yes you can, yeah. Councillor Rob.
Thank you. Look, there's been much discussion here about the quality of these baskets. If you're really concerned about the quality of baskets, don't do it during the winter. You need different plants. The same plants don't grow in winter that grow in the summer. And that's why there's been such a poor quality. Get it back to a summer-only promotion. Why you'd want to spend another $45,000 on that is beyond me.
Okay, great, thank you. Can I just remind the elected members around the table that when someone's talking, please refrain from rebuttal if your microphone's not on, or just full stop. Just out of courtesy, thank you. Got the message? Great, thank you. All right, even when I mentioned it, they were still talking back, so... I know, we're trying to... Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry, yeah, no, fair call. I am conscious of time, and so I'll talk what we do next, but let's put this to the vote. We'll do it in two parts. I think that was a request, that the council, A, retain the Main Street hanging basket as a summer-only display at a cost no more than $47,000 plus GST. All those in favour? Councillor Charlie, Charlotte, Josh, Glenda, Michael, Rob, Philippa and Peter. All those against? Councillor Kate, Deputy Helen, Andrew, Jenny and Ross. Motion is that part A is carried. Part B, change the current 50-50 funding of the service from the general rate and CBD targeted rate to 25% general rate and 75% CBD rate. All those in favour? Councillor Charlie, Charlotte, Josh, Helen, Andrew, Jenny, Michael, Rob, Philippa and Peter. All those against? Glenda, Kate, Ross. Motion is carried, and so that is carried. So thank you very much to Councillor Vincent, Melser, and Law. We're going to have a quick break, but before we go, what I'm going to suggest going forward, for the sake of time, if we've got 3 comments for and 3 comments against, we're going to finish at that. So I think my read of the room is that we've got the substantive items out of the way, decisions. So well, that's my sense. If I sense differently during the debate, then we can change that.
Who bought their sleeping bag?
All right. So if we're back at 3:25, we'll carry on. 6 hours, we're going to move a motion to resolve to continue the council meeting past 6 hours duration. And happy to move Councillor Kate, and second Councillor Peter, that the council resolves to continue the meeting past 6 hours to conclude today's business on the agenda pursuant to Wanganui District Council Standing Order 4.2. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Motion carried. Thank you. Right, we have, I'm not going to dare say that we've got we've got the more emotive items out of the way, but we certainly have the substantive ones, and notwithstanding there will be some other items that are important to discuss. But what I would say, and remind us, we've done a lot of this to death, and we've had an opportunity all day yesterday for questions. We've had the opportunity to read reports, to hear from council officers, to hear from our community. So I want to try and be more clinical about how we get through the rest of these, if that's okay. Notwithstanding that, if there's something important you want to say and need to say, that's fine. But let's try and move forward as quickly as possible. So, next item on the agenda is the New Zealand Glassworks. We have an alternative recommendation, in fact two from Deputy Mayor Helen and one from Councillor Michael, and in addition an officer recommendation. So we will start with the alternative recommendation from Deputy Mayor Helen that the Council that the New Zealand Grassroots remains in council ownership, and B, council pursues revenue generating and cost efficiency opportunities to reduce the reliance on taxpayer funding, and C, if an offer to buy New Zealand Glassworks is presented to council, it will be considered. We have a mover, Deputy Mayor Helen, a seconder, Councillor Charlotte. Right, do we have any questions? Hopefully not too many. Oops, I'll just log in. Councillor Peter. Councillor Peter. Any questions or clarification?
Yeah, it's a quick question. Where will the Glassworks sit? Will it sit under the control of the new CCO committee?
If I was to answer that off the cuff, it's not a CCO, so it wouldn't. Yeah, so it's just for ops and performance because it's not a CCO. Okay. Yep. Question from Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, brief question. Perhaps asked a little bit yesterday, but I just want to be clear. If I was to support these resolutions, I read that council pursues revenue generating opportunities to reduce, but I need to have some. Just remind us when, if activity remind us when he thinks we might be able to bring a report back that could give us the impact of the strategy, I guess.
Okay.
Through your worship, happy to bring reports through the Ops and Performance Committee to periodically report how we are performing against this decision if you make it.
Right, thank you. Councillor Rob.
Yes, we were sent out the spreadsheet of the New Zealand Glassworks activity last night. It shows an escalating rates requirement right through to the end of the plan, getting up to around 494,000. So how does the statement about cost efficiencies and opportunities to reduce the ratepayer funding gel with that budget? Can you tell me why it's not reflected in that?
Through your worship, I think referring back to your question yesterday, between this decision and when we present the final long-term plan for adoption, we need to amend that budget so that it reflects the decision that you make.
Yeah.
And we'll put in place a projection of what we think we can do to minimise the ratepayer funding.
Okay.
So we'll correct that.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. There's no further questions, so I will look for comments if we need them. So, but the way I see it, this is very similar to the council officer recommendation, except for item B, which is revenue generating and cost efficiency opportunities to reduce the reliance on ratepayer. which to me makes sense to optimise anything we've got to look for ways of reducing the ratepayer burden. It's also, for me, part of our identity, the Glassworks, so I can support this alternative recommendation. But Deputy Mayor Helen.
Thank you. We'll try and keep it brief. Look, the three recommendations that are actually, there's mine and Councillor Long officers, are practically all the same. So I think we just need to just get through this. The only difference that mine has from the officer's recommendation is C. If an offer to buy New Zealand Glassworks are presented to council, it would be considered. The chief executive has advised, well, that would happen anyway. You know, like it's not about turning it down. I just wanted to make clear to the public that, yes, you know, it's a business unit, does take some ratepayer money, but everything's on the market. You know, we're not going to turn it down. So it's not critical. C is not critical. In fact, we could remove it because the chief executive assured me that's what would happen anyway. So this makes it no different from theirs. New Zealand Glassworks is a pretty, not only is an exciting business for Whanganui, it brings in a lot of people. It's really great for our reputation. I'd say it's almost one of our most exciting offerings, especially for younger people. And not only that, it does support our reputation as a glass centre. That goes back probably 20 years or so with the well, would be more than that, 30 years at least, when the Polytech at that time started glass. And we had extensive glass programs. And so there's been a huge investment by council over the years supporting that program. And we have continued that. We've got a lot of glass artists like Katie Brown, who have got a fabulous business here. And without us having this publicly accessible facility where she can go and pay to blow glass, the glass artists who are here and established, and those who come here, like the Crystal Chain Gang, who come to make their glass, which sells all around New Zealand and overseas, they'll go somewhere else. And the Katie Browns of Whanganui will go somewhere else. And I think the glass arts community is a fantastic addition to Whanganui. I think there has to be some efficiencies that are looked for. The current location does cost quite a lot, and unfortunately we don't own it. But I'm quite excited the fact that we've got a new manager there who's already identifying some cost savings, we hope, or some extra revenue opportunities will probably be more likely. So I think we should allow that to happen. And I just urge everybody to please support this. Let's give it some confidence to keep going, give some confidence for our glass artists that they will have a long-term future here, and that we retain what is a very big attractor for Whanganui. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor Josh.
Yeah, thank you. I support this recommendation and I strongly support New Zealand Glassworks remaining in public ownership. I think that it forms part of a very attractive arts precinct in the area, not only Drews Avenue with Katie Brown's Glass Studios, Orphic Gallery, the other galleries there, but also the reopened Sargent when that occurs, and also all the galleries down on Topol Quay, Courts and so on. It forms part of a pretty exciting arts trail, and you only need to go down there on a Saturday morning with the markets or through Artist Open Studios to see how many people come through that door on a regular basis. I am happy to see item C in there around an offer to buy being included in this, but frankly I think the level of service that it provides at the moment would not actually be commercially viable, hence why it needs to have some public funding attached to it. That said, if someone brings forward a compelling case, more than happy to examine it. So I support this recommendation. Thank you.
Right, thank you. That's 3 support. So unless anyone else has got comments that that are either against the whole lot or part of this, then there'll be no further comments. So Councillor Peter, do you have any comments against this?
I do.
Okay.
Funnily enough. I will be voting against this. and that is because of the sale. I don't believe it is the sale, and I would prefer Michael Law's resolution that it retains in-house but has a target of a decrease in or increase in revenues.
Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Philippa.
I am
No, it's not.
speaking because I'm yet to make up my mind. But the only reason, I support glass art in Wanganui. I support a number of the artists. But I want to be clear that this was never the intention of council to keep supporting the operational cost of this. And if that operational cost was to keep going up, as in the information we got last night, the chief executive spoke to that, but going up by nearly 200,000 over the next 9 years, then there's no way I'd be supporting this. So the only way this is getting, the reasons this is likely to get my support is a change in management that has recently happened, and the revenue generation that we're looking to have, and the reporting we're going to get on reducing that ratepayer cost of this. Really, what is, many in the community don't see this as being. It's not a public. It's not a library. It's not a museum. It's not Paul. And also, the last resolution around if an offer is presented, that of course that it would be presented to us, and I'd like to think that if we do well enough here, that it may become viable for a business or another collective to look at purchasing it. So I just want to be clear, that's where I stand on this. Okay. I will looking to reluctantly support this, but otherwise, if it failed, I'd be going with Councillor Law.
Okay, look, thank you. But look, I did ask for counters of this, and if you're going to support it, that is not. I'm afraid that is not the spirit of this. I'm afraid. So I did ask specifically for those fors and against. So Councillor Michael, do you have anything against this motion?
Yep, I prefer my own motion. Like anything that's given a budget that increases over time, it can become unwieldy. The economical benefit to this is actually quite minor. I know we're told that 450,000 is a lot. It's barely a 2-to-1 ratio. I understand this council enjoys their culture and art, but this is a business that's not making revenue. I urge us to consider my option, which is to reduce it by 15% per year, which gives an actual credible KPI to increase revenue or have cost efficiencies over a long period of time to meet net zero eventually. Thank you.
Right, great, thank you. There's no further comments, so I'll put the motion on the screen that the council A, retains ownership of the New Zealand Glassworks, B, pursues revenue generating and cost efficiency opportunities to reduce reliance on ratepayer funding, and C, agrees if an offer is presented to buy New Zealand Glassworks, it will be considered. All those in favour? Councillor Charlie, Charlotte, Josh, Glenda, Kate, Helen, Rob, Ross, against? Peter, Philippa, Michael, Jenny, motion, abstain. Motion is carried. Thank you. Next item is the drop-off points for rural rubbish. Councillor Law retracted a statement, so we have as amendment, so we have an officer recommendation that I think Councillor Rob has already asked if he could move this. Do I have a second, Councillor Kate? That the rural rubbish collection service and drop-off points are retained and rates funded in their current format, and B, funding of the rural rubbish drop-off points be reviewed during 24-25 year ahead of the annual plan for 25-26. So do we have any questions? I am assuming that we don't because we've done this to death, but I'll just check. No comments. Great. We've got a seconder. We've got a mover and a seconder. So do we have any comments on this item? Councillor Rob.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I just wanted to talk about B here, the funding of the rural rubbish drop. First of all, it's essential that the 13 drop-off sites are retained. But I'm very pleased to see that there is a commitment in there to have this funding reviewed in the next 12 months, leading up to a funding review. The cost of this contract is $174,000 per annum, and is largely a free transfer station. There's 13 free transfer stations in the rural area, and some sort of equity in the funding arrangement needs to be looked at. Now, in saying that, there's been a rather crude attempt to equalise this funding by by loading a differential on the rural sector across the whole waste activity. Now, this doesn't seem right either. This seems to be unfair on the rural sector, because instead of paying their normal 7% as they would under a SUIP system, they're up around 30%, and this covers things like the Resource Recovery Centre, the waste team, nearly $1 million worth of expenditure, which they're up for 30% of. Now, that doesn't seem right either. So there needs to be a targeting of this contract back to the rural sector, an element of user pays, and a rearrangement of the way that this differential is applied. Thank you.
Right, thank you. There are no further comments, so I'll put the motion on the screen as I just read before. All those in favour? Councillor Charlie, Charlotte, Josh, Glenda, Kate, Helen, Andrew, Jenny, Rob, Ross, Philippa and Peter. Against? Councillor Michael, abstain. Abstain. The motion is carried. Thank you. No. Who's against? All right. Next item is the Gonville Library. Got Councillor Ross, we were quick off the mark in this afternoon. Anyone happy to second that? Councillor Charlotte, thank you. So this is that the Council approves the Gonville Library days and hours of operation remain unchanged, and as follows: Monday to Friday 9 to 5, Saturday 10 till 2 and Sunday closed as per usual. Do we have any questions on this? Okay, too late if you have. Do we have any comments on this item? Councillor Ross.
It makes good sense.
Great. All right, there's no further comments. Thank you very much. All those in favour? All right. Councillor Charlie, Charlotte, Josh, Glenda, Kate, Helen. It is all. Okay. Okay, so we've got everyone. So everyone is for that. So motion is carried. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is level of community grant funding. Oh gosh, where am I? Oh, sorry, Winter Gardens. Yeah, missed that page. Councillor Josh is happy to move. Councillor Jenny second. That the council approves the Winter Gardens attraction remains open. Do we have any questions on this item? No questions. Great. So we've got a mover and a seconder. And so any comments on this item? No comments. Councillor Michael.
Well, I'm very concerned about the disability access for the Winter Gardens and how it coherently works now with all the people with the aviary being shut. So I would recommend us looking seriously at closing the aviary, closing the Winter Gardens. So if this fails, I'll foreshadow that I'll close the Winter Gardens.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. No other comments. Oh, sorry, who was the seconder? Was it? It was Jenny, yes. Yeah, great. All right. So I'll put the motion that the council approves the Winter Gardens attraction remains open. All those in favour? Against? We've got only Councillor Michael against. So motion is carried. Right. Which one are we up to next? Community grants. Oh, sorry. So level of community grant funding. we have had a proposed resolution been withdrawn from Councillor Deputy Mayor Helen. We've got one from Councillor Michael. It looks different from there, so I'm just trying to work out.
So there are a bunch of weeks, if you read the top of it, were put forward, however, the intent was the same as the officer recommendation, so they were not required. Is that right?
So Councillor Law's recommendation that the council maintains community grant funding at current levels. So I got an old one, have I?
No, you're reading the options. Michael says that the community grant fund
Remains at current levels.
So let's just clarify, because I thought that Michael's was to oh, no, it is.
Yeah.
It was the sergeant you wanted to cut, wasn't it?
Yep. It was.
Just double checking, your alternative was to keep it at status quo, wasn't it, for this?
Yep. So that's
Test whether Councillor Michael's resolution has a seconder before moving any further.
I'll do that.
Okay.
So the point was that what I've got in front of me is different from what's up there. So I just want to confirm that the first proposed resolution that is valid is that of Councillor Michael, which is council maintains community grant funding at current levels, full stop. Okay. We've got obviously a mover, a Councillor Michael. We have a seconder, a Councillor Rob. So do we have any questions in relation to this? Okay, no questions. All right. No questions. Then we've got a mover and a seconder. Do we have any comments on this item? Councillor Charlotte, followed by Councillor Michael.
Thank you. So right at the beginning of this long-term plan process, I moved that we should increase our grants funding by $100,000 to acknowledge the significant inflation that our country is facing and therefore our community is facing. We have a number of incredible local organisations that go above and beyond to provide services that our community absolutely needs, that our council does not have the skills or capacity to provide. It has been a long time since there has been any increase to our contestable grants funding, our community grants. So I do not support this motion, and I implore you all to go with the staff recommendation to increase the grants funding by $100,000.
Okay. Councillor Josh.
Thank you. I am fairly passionately opposed to this recommendation for the reasons that Councillor Charlotte has outlined. And I just want to share that, like many people around this table, I am and have been on the governance boards of a number of organisations that have applied for contestable grants and funding from this council in the past. And if I can, without going into any specifics, talk about one organisation that received, that I have previously been involved with, that received 2 line items of funding from the DHB at the time and also from the Ministry of Social Development that only covered about half, maybe 2/3 of the annual operating costs. And that organisation a few years ago was faced with having to take out an overdraft at the bank because the funding provided by organisations like the Community Foundation were oversubscribed, and there were no other sources of funding available. Thankfully, we got through that point, but this is why the funding that we provide to our community organisations here at Council is so important, because without that funding, these organisations cannot focus on the bigger stuff, the strategic stuff, the the growth, the development of their organisations. And so this funding makes it a little bit easier for them, and it means that we can support these organisations to do the good work that they have done and will continue to do going into the future. So I will be supporting the officer recommendation, thank you, and voting against this one.
Thank you, Councillor Josh. I want to just comment on this as well. Going back to my own criteria, one of those was community cohesion, and anything we can do in the community that grows and makes a healthier community, the better. And so I can't support this particular recommendation either. So given that we have, I think, three against this motion, do we have anyone that can speak for it?
Yeah.
Councillor Robb.
Thank you. Yes.
Sorry, I'm going to go to on the order of what I've got here first. I'm going to ask Councillor Mike.
Fine.
I know.
Okay. Then Councillor Peter was next.
Yes, I'm for this.
Okay. I'm happy to. Do you want to speak to it, or just want to say that? Sorry, Rob.
No,
I'm
I'm happy to speak to it.
Okay.
And that is that, though I recognise the wonderful people that are doing this work and the wonderful work that they have been doing, but they have survived so far on the grants that they have up until now, and I'm sure that they can continue to do that work, their great work, into the future.
Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Rob.
Thank you. There's an insatiable appetite for community funding, and I think that whatever we put in this budget will never be enough. There will always be 100% more applications than there are funds available. We've got to recognise that, but the ratepayers' pockets are empty. And this is not the budget for next year to be increasing this by $100,000. Maybe later on in the long-term plan, maybe there is a time that can be done. But at this particular time, it's not the time to do it. Thank you.
Councillor Kate. You got,
I think, so I'm speaking against this.
Against, that's already covered, I'm afraid, so thank you.
Speaking strongly against it.
Right, okay. So Councillor Michael, do you write a reply?
Yep. $1.3 million is what we spend on community funding and events. It is a substantial figure, around 2% of all rates. Now, if you add together what people have said, you've got a nice 54% of people saying they'd rather maintain or decrease. Only 41% saying increase. So the wills of the people were quite clear, maintain. As Councillor Roberts stated, if you put $3 million up for grabs, that will be overfunded. Funding works that way. The more funding you provide, the more people will want it. They are all struggling. We are struggling. 37% of our people are on minimum wage. We are going to be putting people from choosing butter or cheese with our rate rises. The combined impact of another $100,000 combined with another $100,000 combined with another $100,000, you are putting people in a predicament of choosing food for their kids or heating. And yet we will pat ourselves on the back of paying $100,000 community grants who will probably need more funding because of our rate rises. I do not understand this. I'm happy to maintain it and not decline it because that's what the people have wanted. But at 1.3 million, everything should be contestable. Everything. If you want to take $100,000 from Masters Games and put it onto this, go for it. But everything should be contestable. Until that time happens, maintain. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's no further comments, so we're going to put this to the vote that the council maintains grant funding at current levels. All those in favour? Councillor Charlie, Councillor Helen, Councillor Michael, Rob and Peter. All those against this particular one? Charlotte, Josh, Glenda, Kate, Andrew, Jenny, Ross and Philippa. Motion is lost. So we will move to the next one, which is the officer resolution, that the council approves a contestable community grant funding be increased by 100,000 per annum for 24-25, and B, council undertakes a review to set the criteria for contestable community grant funding commencing in the 24-25 financial year. Councillor Ross, Councillor Charlotte, second. All right, any questions on this item? Councillor, so it should be just questions of clarification. Councillor Peter?
For clarification, are we voting on the whole package or line by line?
I think for this one, my preference is to vote on the whole package.
Yeah,
I think it's
well,
pretty
mine
clear.
is for line by line then.
So no, the whole A and B in one. Oh, you want to vote for them separately?
Yes, please.
Okay, so contestable funding grant fund to be increased by 100,000. That's fine, and we'll do that. You got Deputy Mayor Helen.
Yeah, thank you. Can I ask the officers through the chair, please? The contestable funding is only certain lines. There are a lot of line items which are sort of like guaranteed amounts of money. Are they not going to be reviewed under the IRB?
Through your worship, bear with me, caller, just whilst I read the resolution. So, B as written doesn't preclude us from reviewing the scope of what is contestable, but it also doesn't explicitly say that we should review it. So I think if you want us to look at the scope of what is contestable versus what is line itemed, we'll need to make an amendment to the recommendation.
Okay. Yeah. So are you?
It could,
so
if you remove the reference to contestable and say it's for all community grant funding.
Okay, are we happy with that, Councillor Ross and Charlotte? Okay.
Great, thank you.
All right. Okay. All right. So there's no further questions there. We have a mover and a seconder. So any comments? Councillor Philippa.
Yes, I'm looking to support both of these resolutions, and I actually support the removing of the contestable. And as Councillor Charlotte said, you know, inflation's hit everything, and it hits our community organisations just like everyone else. These grant funds are oversubscribed 3 to 4 times. We know that. We can never give the full amount. We hardly ever give anything more than 20 to 40% probably. We hardly ever get to anywhere near 50%. This is still seeing a cut. You know, while I don't add to our rate impact easily at all, and what this is still, we've had a cut of 268,000 from previous, so I think this is only putting back 100,000 of that. And you know, things like the sport and recreation facilities grant fund, for example, is being cut by half from 100,000 to 50,000. It's only been around, I think I'd say 3 to 4 years, and in that time it's supported, in regard to sports, I haven't got them all noted here, but it's the cricket, indoor cricket at Jubilee Stadium. It supported a whole lot of the work happening around Wembley Park with football. It supported League Park really recently with its resurfacing of netball courts, etc. And I think it's supporting Wongi hockey, and that's just a few. But these are big sports that make a huge difference, and this just helps them. You know, this kind of funding helps them apply and get more funding from community grant people. So, yeah, I think I reluctance to support an increase in any ratepayer fund, but we get great value for this, and so I would really love if we could support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kate.
I strongly support this resolution. As we know, investment in the community returns many, many dollars for every dollar that we invest. Community organisations are the glue that keep this community together and add so much value.
Yep. Right. Look, I agree. It goes back to my last comment and the last resolution that community is what we're here for, and increasing funding even at this time I think is the right thing to do. I talked yesterday about community cohesion and the amount of division we have in our society, so anything we can do to bring people together in a productive and healthy way, the better, and I believe that this will help that cause. There are no further comments, so I'm going to put the motion on the screen in two parts as per Councillor Peters' request. So first item A is contestable community grant funding be increased by 100,000 per annum from 24 to 25. All those in favour? Councillor Charlotte, Josh, Glenda, Kate, Andrew, Jenny, Ross and Philippa. All those against? Councillor Charlie, Mimi Helen, Rob, Michael and Peter. Abstain? No one. Motion is carried. Item B, all those in favour, that Council undertakes a review to set the criteria for all community grant funding commencing in 24-25 financial year. All those for? I think that's everyone, so unanimous, yes. Okay, that motion is carried, and overall that the whole motion is therefore carried. Thank you. Next item is the funding of core infrastructure, roading, footpaths and three waters. Thank you, Councillor Josh. We have a seconder, Councillor Charlotte. We do not have an elected member alternative, so the officer recommendation is that funding of core infrastructure, roading, water supply, stormwater and wastewater is increased to account for the additional projects identified in the schedule of changes provided. Do we have any questions of clarification? I believe that we've done this one. Should be covered in here. No? Okay, great. So no questions. We've got a mover and a seconder. Do we have any comments? I'll comment briefly on this, and that is that, again, my own criteria is doing the basics, doing core is what our community asks for, and 79% of our capital expenditure is in three waters and roading, and so I think we're very well covered there, and I think that's very prudent of this council. So no further comments. I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Yep. Anyway, the motion's carried. I think it's. I assume that Rob was all for that. So great. All right. So next item is the hotel and car park. So this one might take a little bit more time. But I think we've heard from our community. But I will. We have a proposed resolution from Councillor Michael that the council continues to seek an operator for a hotel to be built in Wanganui, and no further work will continue until an offer has been presented to the council from prospective operators. So we've got a mover. Do we have a seconder for this? We'll need a seconder to move this forward. Councillor Charlie. Right, so do we have any questions of clarification around this particular alternative recommendation? Deputy Mayor Helen.
Thank you. I'd like clarification, please, because A says that council continues to seek an operator, which takes some work, and B says no further work will continue until an offer is received. So I feel those are a bit of a conflict, so define, please.
Yep, so can you clarify that, please, Councillor Michael?
Funded work.
What's that, sorry?
Funded work. Add the word funded then.
Okay.
So,
Supplementary. Oh, okay.
sorry, I think it looks like David wants to.
So, through your worship, maybe to aid Councillor Law, because we did have a conversation about this earlier, I think the intent is, as he's alluded to, funded work. So we do no further work on the feasibility study, but in a more passive way, continue to promote Wanganui to potential hotel developers and operators effectively through our staff resource as we're doing our normal economic development activities, I think is the intent, but I got a nod from the councillors.
How do we reword that to reflect that?
It would be,
Because that doesn't come.
yeah,
Staff is funded.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
I
about the
think-
budget line
yeah.
of 200k being removed.
So no further work on the feasibility study is undertaken, and the budget of and the $200,000 is removed from the budget.
Yeah, that's fine.
Are you happy with that, Mike?
Yeah,
Yep.
that's fine.
Okay. All right.
Still don't understand.
All right. So, Councillor Kate.
I'm sorry, I still see those in conflict and I can't quite understand how.
Right.
So it continues to seek an operator, no further work on the feasibility study is undertaken, and the 200,000 is removed from the budget. So I still don't understand, like, when does a feasibility study start and continue
Okay.
to seek stop?
So, so your question is, what you're implying is that this implies that there is no, that the $200,000 for a feasibility study is not part of this.
So I thought it was fairly obvious, but it's obviously not.
That's right.
It's fine. So you think about Wanganui Partners have been seeking an operator for 10 years, but they haven't had a line item for that. They have. The chief executive and myself and Andrew and chief executive went to Auckland. I've talked to the Chow brothers. That's seeking an operator without any budget item. So I'm saying keep seeking like we've always done, but no budget line item, no 200k feasibility study, no business case. Completely stop on all hotel cost line items until we find an interested party.
So can I ask a further question of the chief executive?
Okay.
I just.
I can wait. So my question is, so what I'm interpreting Michael to mean by this resolution is that officer time could be invested in seeking an operator, but there would be no external funding, no external contractor, if you like, would be engaged for a feasibility study. Could you talk to us about how that might, in your view, affect our efforts to attract an operator?
Through your worship, so as you've described it, that's my understanding also. We would just want to add a few words to Part A to make it really clear that we would be removing all of council's funding, including the capital funding as per the officer's recommendation. So there is no funding at all in the budget, only officer time. As we go about our usual kind of activities, we meet with various parties. As Councillor Laura said, we've met with a number of private hotel developers and operators. That's the kind of stuff that would continue. I suppose the likelihood is of not doing the feasibility work. There's a reasonable risk that it will take longer because we won't actively be driving effectively a marketing and promotions process for Wanganui to basically put the opportunity out there to the developers and entice them in.
Thank you. Next question would be, is that 200,000 debt funded or operations funded?
Yeah, through you, Worship. We think it is debt funded, but give us a moment and we'll just double check. Oh, it is, Mike? Yeah, so confirmation it is. Okay.
So you've
sorry,
made...
through you, Worship, because I'm getting some funny looks from some of you.
That's normal.
Yeah.
They're all funny looking, David, just let's face it.
Didn't say that. Remember, I'm not grumpy, I'm just ugly. What was I going to say now? The distinction between capital funding and operating activities is and can be independent of whether it's rates funded or debt funded. So because this is a one-off piece of work that isn't on a continuous basis, it's not inappropriate for us to debt fund it, even though it is technically an OPEX activity.
Thank you. Makes good sense. So you touched on the fact that if we did not spend 200,000 in working this up in terms of a feasibility study, that it, I think you said, is likely to or would probably take longer. Would you like, just tease that out a bit? What are we talking?
So I can't quantify the probability or the time frames, but effectively the difference is between being proactive or passive. If we do the feasibility work, we're proactively chasing and trying to attract hotel developers to come to town as quickly as possible. If we take the Councillor Law's resolution, then we're on a passive pathway. We will take the opportunities as they come to engage with hotel developers, but it will take as long as it takes, and it will be very much in the developers, the private sector's court for them to come to Wanganui rather than Wanganui trying to bring them to us.
Thank you.
Councillor Philippa, any questions?
Just for further, David, so with with your resolution, or officers one, so the 200,000, so the debt funding I imagine will be somewhere around 0.3%, I imagine, in rates, is that correct? Point 0.03, sorry, got my dots around there. Bottom line is, seeking an operator for hotel, will that mean just looking at the buildings you've purchased, or are we going to, is it opening it up to other opportunities? Is it opening it up to the likes of one or two of the buildings that we've got around the flight school? Could you just give us some clarity there, what you're thinking?
So through your worship, that is a good question. So obviously there is an opportunity for council to create an income if our buildings are used and leased to a hotel developer. But if we continue to seek an operator and council is not taking the lead in the development, then our intention would be to open it up for the whole city. The goal is to attract a hotel into town to fill the accommodation gap and enable the tourism, the business conferencing and all of the other economic activity that would go around a hotel. We wouldn't want to constrain that by limiting it to one or two council-owned buildings. We'd want to give the private sector the full opportunity to come in and choose for themselves.
And you could do that within 200,000?
Correct.
All right. Okay, so Councillor Jenny.
Thank you. My question is just seeking clarification for our community. To me, A and B stand alone, but our community could be forgiven to think that we're continuing to pursue a hotel, and they've given us a strong message that they don't want us involved. Do we need a new A, and then these become B, C, which states that we don't intend to build and operate?
Through you,
Just
Worship.
for clarity for our community is all I'm asking.
Yes. So through your Worship, my earlier comment around possibly amending A, you could include the first part of the officer's recommendation as a new A that confirms that the council will not invest in developing a hotel and car park, and then the what is A of Councillor Law's amendment becomes Part B and Part C.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, Charlie, you happy?
Yeah, Charlie's happy.
Yeah, Charlie's happy. You happy with the change? Adding A.
Just for clarity.
That council confirms that it will not invest in developing a hotel and car park. Okay. But continues to seek an operator for a hotel to be built in Wanganui, and no further work on the feasibility study. So hopefully those. I've got one from Councillor Ross. One is a clarification question. Yep.
Depends on how literal you think I'm being. Confirms that it will not invest in developing a hotel and car park. Is that forever? I mean, or is it during the period of? Or it just sounds like it's forever, and I don't know if that's an appropriate thing to say.
The next 3 years.
It's certainly until the next LTP process.
That's what I'm waiting for.
So we haven't got a timeline on it, but it certainly puts a full stop on this for now.
For the next 3 years, roughly.
Well, there's no timeline on it. We're just saying we're not going to do it right now. So.
Okay.
So through your Worship, for clarity, what you're saying is it is indefinite until council makes a decision to reverse this decision, which can be done at any time in the future.
All right. No further. Oh, Councillor Jenny, got your microphone on. Okay. So we're going to. We've obviously got an officer recommendation as well, but we are going to comment on this. First of all, do we have any comments? Councillor Michael.
Yes, I thought it best to give you some of my thought process on this. So when we first started talking about this, I got extremely excited. I think a lot of us got excited. We had more time to go through the process. We knew what we were going to do and what we were not going to do. We had absolute clarity. And we kind of forgot that we hadn't told the public everything. And when they knew everything at once, and there was a few misinterpretations of words being used, suddenly we're building and operating a hotel. And the public, I would say, bluntly responded no. And because of that, I am a big believer of when you've made a mistake, and I think to use the mayor's words, he wants to take it on the chin. We should all take it on the chin. We step back and we promise our people that we're not doing anything else. No hidden costs in everywhere else, no small little margins here and there. We just say, no, we've heard you, we're not doing it. We will continue to seek, but we will not add a budget to that. So for me, it's an economic development process that we will still be seeking hotels and car parks to be built, fitted out, and run operationally in the CBD. But this promises the people that we will not be spending any more money on feasibilities, business cases, or detailed design. That's my thought process anyway.
Okay. Right, thank you. Deputy Mayor Helen.
Thank you. I probably kicked this off about 10 years ago. I can't remember how long it goes. In my memory, it was me. This community needs a lot more accommodation and a lot more than even if we didn't have the flight school. We are being held back by not having adequate and it's more to do with size of the number of rooms you can have. we are talking about a different market than currently coming here. This is about the bus loads that can't even come here, the bigger groups that can't even come here because we don't have that level of that number on one site. So finally, we had commissioned Wanganui and Partners to do a study on attracting a hotel. So they did that hotel study, which said, yes, there is demand. And then we had expected them to go and take that further, and it actually didn't go anywhere for about a year or two while they talked to iwi and a few others to see if they wanted to be investors. Then COVID has intervened, and then finally, more latterly, we instructed the CE to take control and make it one of his priorities to try and attract an operator. So we haven't been in the market for a very long time, actually, and when you consider COVID, hotels got hammered, and they are being very careful where they invest, and rightly so. So this is not an easy thing to do. They are looking very carefully, and they have limited funds, and it is going to take time and effort. And it is on the agenda of a lot of councils to attract hotels one way or another because they know that they are a big economic growth factor. I do not think Wanganui can grow much more, certainly with events, and grow our cultural sector and actually our income into a lot of those things unless we have this larger volume hotel. I am quite happy that council does not be a developer of a hotel and car park. Very happy. I never intended for us to do that. I think that we will in time attract that investment. It's how long that takes. And this is not just a simple matter of just tapping on some of the big hotel chains and saying, oh, come and look at us in Wanganui, we deserve it, or you will make money. You have to invest in a decent business case. And that is what the 200,000 is for, and that's why I won't be voting for this. Just about, there's been a huge amount of feedback from the community that they actually think we need a hotel. So it's not that they don't think we do, okay? They just don't understand perhaps all the background to it. And they certainly don't want to invest in one, which is great because, as I said, I don't want to go there. We have to invest some more. $200,000, which is loan funded. You never sneeze at spending any ratepayer money, but sometimes you have to invest. And this is one of, if I had to invest in anything, this would be it. This is my biggest hit that we should be doing. And I'm starting to lose the plot here, but yeah, I think I've got my message across. I won't be voting for this. I'll be voting for the officer recommendation, which is that we won't invest in a hotel, but we will be investing in a business case so we can get one here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peter.
Yeah, I will be strongly voting for this. The difference between debt funding and OPEX is irrelevant. Either way, we pay, and it increases our rates. Whether we pay it in slowly, and if we borrow money, we pay interest. So not only are our rates going up because of this investment, but our rates are going up because now we're borrowing money and have to pay interest on that. Okay. To counter Helen Clark's comment that this is Craig, or Deputy Mayor. Minister. Next time I will vote for you. And that is my opinion, the best thing we can invest in is our staff. Okay? So if we're ever going to try and invest in something, that is where I would put my money.
Councillor Rob.
Thank you. Look, the only difference between this resolution and the next one is the feasibility study as I see it. I just want to say that we've made some strategic purchases here. We've purchased some land. If we don't do a study that packages this up and makes it easy to understand these purchases that we've made are just a waste of ratepayers' money. They don't stack up as an investment on their
hang
own.
on. Sorry.
Oh, no. That's not.
And listen, this is my opinion. They do not stack up as an investment on their own. By having the feasibility study, the package will be there, the incentives will be offered to the developers to take up these opportunities. I think it's absolutely essential that the feasibility study is done.
Okay, that's fine. That's part of it. Okay, sorry, David. Yes.
Through your worship, I do feel the need to just comment on Councillor Robb's opinion, acknowledging it is his opinion and he's entitled to it. Those properties were, as we've explained before, not specifically purchased just purely for the hotel. They are part of the reason why this morning you were able to remove the sale of the assets from the long-term plan budgets, because of the additional revenue they're bringing in. As we talked at the time of the purchase, their starting point as we took ownership or take ownership of them is 5%. We already know that we can potentially get their rate of return above 8% with some just a couple of additional leases that we're in the process of negotiating and trying to secure. So to say that they're a waste of ratepayers' money, I think is not correct. I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you. Yeah, so look, my background is in events and hospitality. I've been working in events since I was 21, and I've been working in events in Wanganui for about 10 years. And it has been my experience very strongly that we just do not have enough accommodation in this town, and we certainly don't have enough high-star accommodation. A number of councillors sitting at this table campaigned on supporting attracting a hotel to Wanganui, including myself. Now, where this consultation has landed, I think, is exactly right. I think I agree with Councillor Craig that we shouldn't be investing in the development, but this consultation, as has been stated, very strongly said that indeed our community does think that we need a hotel here. On top of that, I think that we need to be leveraging as much as possible on our investments that we are currently building in the Sargent Gallery and economic development in general. This hotel will help unlock significant economic development, and I think that we need to be doing what we can to facilitate that as best we can. So I will not be supporting this recommendation, and I will be supporting the staff's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Josh.
Thank you. Like Councillor Charlotte, I will not be supporting this recommendation, and I will be supporting the officer recommendation. For all the reasons stated today, it's clear that we do need a hotel to cater for our peak periods, for our premier events, to grow those events, to enhance our CBD, and a myriad of other reasons. And actually, I fundamentally would have rathered continuing to investigate what council's involvement in building a facility would have looked like. My preferred option would have been to complete a business case into whether or not that is a practical option, and then voted on the investment of whether it be 55 million or something else after receiving that business case. That said, it is not core business of council. It is a non-essential nice to have, if you like, and it is high risk. And I believe that when you combine all of those factors together, you do need to have a sufficient amount of community buy-in to justify going down that path. And it's clear to me from the consultation that we've been through that we have not achieved that level of buy-in that justifies us going ahead with this project. So I am happy to step away from that and instead focus on completing a feasibility study to attract a private commercial operator to Wanganui to operate a hotel. That said, and I want to address a point that Councillor Peter made about investing in our staff, we need to give staff the resources that they need to do this project well, to request of staff that they continue to go ahead to try and attract a hotel operator to this community while not giving them the resources to do that at an appropriate standard is not fair. So let's fund this properly and let's do the best job of it we can. So to reiterate, I won't be supporting Councillor Michael's recommendation. I will be supporting the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, yeah, I'm just trying to get the tally up. You've got 2 against, so no, we're still going. Oh, sorry, I just seen the list there. So we've got 3 against, so do we have any for?
Well, I would be supporting A and B, but I would not be supporting C.
Okay. So does that go along with the council recommendation?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, so Councillor Charlie, any...
I will be supporting this. We're not hotel developers, and you can't tell me that every reputable hotel operator in this country has not looked at Wanganui and done their own little study. They're bound to have. They must have. How can they not have? And for us to spend $200,000, well, that's full of fuel companies do. The hotels will be doing it. So for us to spend $200,000 on it, we'll end up with nothing. I can't support it.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have to respond to that. I've actually, obviously spent a bit of time with on this, speaking to operators and developers and those in the hotel industry, and Wanganui is now believed to be a far more attractive option than it was just a few years ago. The market demand study's proven that, and I don't think, I think hotel operators have pricked their ears up to see what's going on in Wanganui and are far more interested. So that's the that's the feedback I've had. Yeah. So Councillor Philippa, have you got any comments? So no, I think we're exhausted. So we've had 3 for, 3 against. So there is no further comments on this matter. So we'll put this.
Just to write a reply.
So write a reply, Michael. Yes.
Just a little bit of reply around. I understand where you're coming from, those who wished for a hotel. We do need a hotel. However, there's a thing around influence and control. You can do a feasibility study at 200,000, which will cost you 300,000 after the debt-funded interest rates, which is what Peter's talked about. That's 300,000, and you will have no control to move forward from there. You have wasted 300,000 unless a hotel operator turns up. That's my concern. Now, when we say that we will fit the gap if no one turns up, we can move forward. But now we're saying we're not going to move forward. We will spend 200,000 over 10 years, call it 300,000, and then no one may turn up. I've seen amazing feasibility studies. Helen actually gave us one a few days ago on Taupo Key. That was amazing. That didn't happen. There must be tons of these that don't happen. I say we put the money in when someone turns up and says, I want to invest in Wanganui if you do a feasibility study. Then let's talk about it. Otherwise, let's just keep sending emails. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to put this to the vote, that the Council A confirms that it will not invest in developing a hotel and car park, and B continues to seek an operator for a hotel to be built in Wanganui, and C, no further work on a feasibility study is undertaken and the $200,000 is removed from the budget. All those for this alternative recommendation. Councillor Charlie, Jenny, Michael, Philippa and Peter. All those against? Charlotte, Josh, Glenda, Kate, Helen, Andrew, Rob and Ross. So the that motion is lost. So we'll move to the council officer recommendation, which is that the Council A confirms that it will not invest in developing a hotel and car park, and B confirms the inclusion of 200,000 in the 24-25 year to progress the feasibility study and to demonstrate the business case for a hotel in Wanganui to assist in attracting potential private operators and hotel developers. So, questions of clarification. Councillor Robb?
No, I want to speak.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor Helen, move. Second is Councillor Ross. All right, so treat them separately. Okay, no problem. Councillor Robb, you'd like to talk to this?
Yeah, I would. Yes, I certainly will be supporting this because I see the need for this hotel in the market. If you go and look at the Horwath report, it says that 122 hotel rooms are available in Wanganui. That's less than half what's available in Whangarei, Gisborne, Timaru or Invercargill and Nelson. And two of those cities have already got, since that report, new 4-star hotels have started. There is a package here, and I think it's an attractive package. But what I want to say is that this council, in this matter, has suffered immense reputational damage. And why this happened was because we went ahead and made a purchase in public of properties before these deliberations today. And it's all very well for me to say I told you so, but I did try and move a resolution at that meeting to defer that, to adjourn it till after we've had this meeting today. So it wouldn't look like we've gone out and done these purchases beforehand. Now, I'm concerned that we're continuing to suffer this reputational damage by trying to say these are good investments. You know, the point is, if you take into account...
Okay, yeah, sorry, we're talking, can I just ask what your point of order is? Because I was about to...
That the councillor is talking on a matter that is not before us. The matter is only this, not about the efficacy or not of the purchase.
It's very important, Your Worship, because...
Excuse me, my point of order.
Okay, can I just clarify that? I've just wanted to hear from Deputy Mayor Helen. So I go to 26.2C. So, no, I've got that in front of me, but thank you. Look, the surrounding properties are not related to this matter. That was a separate matter. We've heard your views on that, but we are asking questions purely in relation to this particular motion, recommendation in front of us in regard to the hotel and car park.
Okay, so we'll move on from that. But the point is that we made this purchase for strategic reasons. And I'm totally in support of this because if we look at the intersection of Ridgeway Street and Victoria Avenue, we've got 4 corners to that intersection. And it's really important for this future of the city that those buildings on those 4 corners have got a future in front of them. Now, 2 of them are under threat because of the Proceeds of Crime Act, and one of them, the Rutland Hotel, is being well looked after. We have the other one here in Wakefield Chambers, and this is our opportunity, and this is why this purchase really stacks up in my mind by buying the rest of these buildings, by buying them for the strategic purpose of a hotel, because giving this building, the Wakefield Chambers, a future is the way we'll preserve that area. And for that reason, and probably that reason alone, I totally support the purchase of the buildings along the rest of Ridgeway Street. And to actually sell that package, we need to do this study and present it properly. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Kate.
Thank you. I agree that the investment is required to chart a way forward. I just want to speak, 2 things. Firstly, I think there's been a really good discussion, and I think all of the speakers have had something to offer in terms of helping us make a good decision. I just want to speak in particular to the inclusion of the 200,000 in the 24-25 year and urge council officers, that is not a target. We have a very nice facility to carry over expenditure that's in our annual plan or long-term plan. If the timing is not right to do that work in this next year, then I would be very much in support of carrying it forward, because, you know, and I think there's been some really good wisdom around that, and I would like us to heed that. We don't need to spend that money by the 30th of June 2025. It can move forward into the next year or even the next year.
Right, Councillor Philippa.
Yeah. I support not investing in developing a hotel. I support seeking an operator. I would have supported a feasibility, but I think the reputational damage and actually the loss of confidence that I personally have in our ability to do that, unfortunately, means I will not support the second part of this resolution. Our community did tell us.
Yeah, look, just for those that are listening online, we've got a bit of background noise which we're looking to address. But yeah, so speak loudly.
Our community did support seeking an operator, but that was with no impact on rates. And it might be, we might be talking a 0.03, but it is an impact on rates. So that was not, they didn't support that. We also heard a lot from our community. I mean, we heard from people that, you know, told us that they were financial controllers of companies with a 220 bedroom bed hotel. They told us that this actually, that the scale of this hotel is not right, this boutique hotel. And they told us, and people told us to prefer to invest in public transport, etc., and revitalisation of the town centre. They also, you know, I guess our community is saying, you want to do this, but you're yet to home us, you know, our homeless community. So I really support the concept of hotel. I really support our officers doing what they can, particularly around Wongi and Partners as it comes in-house, to facilitate that. But I will only be supporting the first part of this resolution and not the second, unfortunately, today. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've got 3 for it. We've got, sorry, only 2. So I'll go to Councillor Michael. 3, 4. Have we? We do have 3?
Yeah, so that's for A. So we take them separately.
Right, okay.
Yeah. I've got my own mic now.
Okay, okay, I'll go to Councillor Michael anyway. Yep.
Oh, he only turned it on for me, and mine's been fixed.
Oh, right, okay, great. So, Councillor Jenny.
Mine's only a comment of clarification when it came to the community reaction, because it was a reaction, not a response, to the inclusion of the hotel in the consultation document. They were very, very, very much against the hotel before the property purchase went on the table. That only made it worse. So I just wanted to make that clear. So we had heard from our community already that they were not happy with us operating a hotel, and then we purchased the property. So we were already under the gun, and it wasn't the purchase of the property that started it off. It was the inclusion of the hotel at all.
Yeah. So look, there's no further comments. So I'm going to comment here briefly, and we've heard loud and clear from our community about where we should head with this, and that is that council are not developers or operators for a hotel. They're happy with a hotel, but not for us to be an operator or developer. That is why this is in here as a recommendation. And as I said in my introduction yesterday, the view from our community is that a hotel is required, and that's supported by a market demand study, and I think the general community, when I speak to people, they're all for it. And I will repeat that the messaging, and I'm just reading my notes from yesterday, the message and timing of the surrounding building purchases were not handled well. As I said, I will take that on the chin, and we don't get everything right. But certainly we are required under the Local Government Act to give regard to economic development. And that was the purpose of that. The other part of that was for non-rates revenue, which we desperately need. And that was the rationale for moving in the direction that we did. However, we have listened to the community, and that was very clear. Aspects of the decisions that we've made today were more about the 50-50, 40-60 mark, but this is very clear. So I'm very happy to support that. I do believe that we need to invest into a feasibility study, because by doing that, it will help with potential partnerships with those that are operators and developers. So I'm supportive of this particular recommendation. So we'll put it in two parts to the vote. Council confirms that it will not invest in developing a hotel and car park. All those in favour? I was going to say, dare anyone to vote against this? All right, against? Motion is carried. So, thank you. The second part of this is that the council confirms the inclusion of $200,000 in 24-25 to progress the feasibility study to demonstrate the business case for a hotel in Whanganui to assist in attracting potential private operators and hotel developers. Important differentiation there between operators and developers. So, all those in favour? Councillor Charlotte, Josh, Glenda, Kate, Helen, Andrew, Rob and Ross. Against? Councillor Charlie, Jenny, Michael, Philippa and Peter. That motion is carried. There weren't any abstains, I don't think, so motion is carried. So thank you very much. That's a big item. That's been a big item for us, and I just want to say thank you to our community for your input into this item. The next one is the next item on the agenda is the what have we got? The Royal Whanganui Opera House. I'm going to keep you hungry, so we carry on. So, all right. So, Royal Whanganui Opera House, and we have a recommendation from Councillor Michael that the council approves the Opera House stage house will be left in its current condition, and the council will purchase the scaffolding required. Do we have any questions of clarification just on this matter?
It's not actually on this matter.
Oh, sorry. Before we do, I need a seconder for this to make sure it can go ahead. Councillor Robb. Yep. Sorry. Yes.
Just in regards to, I've just got some childcare happening. Can we discuss how late this meeting will be going, just so I can do some communication?
Okay. We've got 2 items tomorrow, so thank you for that. So I'm just looking to probably Mike Fermel. We've got the fees and charges and the development contributions. Any sense of how long those might take?
It's up to us, really, isn't it?
I know it's up to us, but do you have a...
My question is around, do we expect to get through the remaining, 12 items? 12 items this evening?
There are some other. There's 1, 2, 3, including this one, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there's other. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other items to go.
There's more.
Plus the other.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 5 plus other. Yep. So
my question. Okay.
Look, I don't know. It depends on how we go, but I'm keen to just press on. This is always going to be a big day, and we've got provision to come back tomorrow.
So,
but,
yeah, so my question is, the intention is to get through all of the items on the LTP tonight.
4:50 now. I think by 6 o'clock we should. It's an hour and 10 minutes away.
Thank you.
And carry on. All right. So where are we up to? Any questions of clarification on this item? No questions. Okay. So any comments on this item? Councillor Robb.
Yeah, thank you. During the submissions process, we heard from quite a number of people. You know, the one that really stood out in my mind was Bruce Dixon's. And when you listen to what Bruce had to say, and he talked about the heritage values, he also pointed out that there isn't a demonstrated need that justifies this amount of investment at this time. Other people mentioned the same thing. And what concerns me about this is that there may well be this need to do this project. But we're just not even finished our biggest project we've ever undertaken. And here we are talking about another project. The timing is bad. You know, and the community is worried. They've seen what's happened with the Sargent Gallery when we started talking, you know, this time a few years back of a $33 million project. It's more than doubled into a $69 million project. They're saying, and quite reasonably saying, where's the $17 million project heading? They're worried, and I'm worried as well. And I think it's totally inappropriate to have a project of this scale at this time. 3 years' time, when we sit down for our next LTP, we may be in a better position. But I do not think we're ready for this community to go along with us on a project of this scale at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Robb. Deputy Mayor Hallam.
Thank you. My recollection of the slides from staff summarising all the feedback from our community was there was quite a majority who said, yes, we should go ahead with this investment. And actually that surprised me. But they have given a pretty clear message. But I likewise have, I agree with everything that Rob has said in terms of I am concerned about timing. And do we really need this? I have been in front of the heritage architect who has undertaken that initial report into what might be needed, and he also presented to the general public. And it's pretty convincing that it would be ideal to do this work. I am still not convinced. I don't want to have to do this work, to be frank. I think it's a hard pill to swallow, especially after we have already invested in the Opera House. However, we did get a lot of community saying, and that experienced community, who said they're in favour of this work being done. So staff have actually said that they will include key stakeholders in engagement during the business case, which is actually the next step. So what will happen is the next step is a business case that will really look into what this will require, because the 17 million is just it's an educated guess. The business case would always be the next step. And during that, it is my determination to work with the key stakeholders, such as the Bruce Dixons and the other users of the Opera House and key stakeholders, to actually work through this and try and explore other avenues that we could make the Opera House really usable without going into the whole rebuild phase. That is the ideal. So without doing that piece of work, we actually can't go and really explore what we might do My hope is we don't have to do the whole rebuild. If we have to, then that'll come back to here for final decision. So the business case is first, the findings of that will come back here, and we will only then move ahead with a full project, or whatever that might look like at that point. So I think it's important to take that next step now, do the business case, and then it will come back here for a final decision. And at that stage, timing can be determined as well, but we'll have a lot more information at that point.
Right,
Okay, so that's me. So I think we have, not going to support this one, I'll be supporting the officer recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Great. Councillor Peter.
I will be supporting this motion, and for the reasons that I don't think all the options have been well explored. I think any reinvestment or further investment into this is also bad timing, and I would say that I could look at rebuilding this into its original state. The capacity issues are, we need to make this the best regional opera house, and you only have to look at the Shakespeare's theatre as an example of how small a really successful theatre can be. When he built the theatre, it was tiny and very economical. So we should look at that example and how we could be the best regional rather than the opera house.
Thank you very much. Councillor Michael.
Yes, I actually really struggled with this opera house package, and the reason why, I guess, is because we were told there's a problem. It then came into here, got feedback from the people, and weirdly, you said this spend loads of money on it. And I'm big on going with what the people want. However, this was quite close. When I went through the something else's, it was about 45-55. So technically, on a vote, it was to spend a lot of money. But the way I look at this is if we all went out for drinks and half the people wanted to spend $10 and the other half want to spend $1,300, you'd find something in the middle. You wouldn't go, well, actually, they want to spend $1,300, now you all have to spend $1,300. It's 13 times more. So I've put this option up here to discuss it, as this is the option that gets us through the next part. It saves us money in the long run. We purchase the scaffolding, and we do more detailed thoughts on this. And I agree with Rob. I think next LTP, this will pass. I just don't think there's enough information on the options and where we want to be in 20 years' time in the Opera House. The experts really did make me not believe that we needed the bells and whistles. I actually felt like we just needed to basically make do with a regional opera house. So for the moment, I'm in favour of this. Save some money in the long run, come back to it in 3 to 5 years' time. Thank you.
I won't get to speak because I want to speak for this as well.
Ranger, would you entertain one question, just for clarification?
So,
brief?
according to the standing orders, we can do that, but if we just keep it very brief and to the clarification of this.
Yeah, may have missed it, but what is the cost of this satisfactory business case and the officer's recommendation, please?
Is there any response, any answer to that? By any council officers? Thanks, Maz.
Can you give me?
She probably knows the way around.
Thank you.
So it's the amount is for the business case. Oh, sorry, do you mean how much are we spending on a business case or the amount for the business case?
If this was to fail, or whatever way, we're discussing that Councillor Michael's at the moment, but in the officer recommendation that B is around subject to a satisfactory business case, I just don't understand what the cost of that is, because there's nothing in the LTP that talks about that.
No, so so the preferred option we have, the officer's option, is the option 3,
Yes.
which is the 17.8 million for that. So I believe there's something from that in the year 1 to complete the business case. 150,000.
And that's factored into the rates.
It's in the existing
Yep,
one.
it will be.
That was it. Thank you for that.
All right, thank you. Councillor Josh.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this alternative recommendation, and I will be supporting the officer recommendation instead. And reflecting on why, I can't help but return back to the debate that we had on the Wanganui East Pool, which seems like a lifetime ago now, but around what happens when you fail to invest in your assets. We have received countless reports indicating that there was an asset that needed investing in, and we kicked the can down the road. Now we have received a report around an asset that was built over 100 years ago for Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee, I believe. And it's unsurprising that it requires some significant investment. There will always be a reason why we should not do it. When I first got onto council, a majority of councillors said that they would not accept a rates increase of above 2%. And so officers went away, and we consulted on an increase of about 1.7 that year, I remember, and a number of projects were deferred. There will, and that was in quite sunny economic conditions, if you like. So there will always be a reason why we should not proceed with a significant investment. So with that in mind, we have a problem. We also have a solution, but that solution is subject to a business case that will come back to us. And so I do not want to kick the can down the road any longer. Let's get the business case, let's make a decision at that point, and let's take comfort in the fact that the project will not begin until external funding is also supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ross.
Is there room for one more against?
I'm not sure where are we up to.
Can't hear.
Helen and Josh are against. We've got 2, have we? And how many 4?
So we've had 3. Pete, were you 4 against?
4.
4? We've had 3, 4. 3, 4, 2 against.
Okay. So we've got anyone against this? That's Councillor Ross. Yes.
Yeah. Ditto for Councillor Josh's input. I'll keep mine to one point, which is B and C of the officer's recommendation. I'm not sure about a new fly system or not. I am very sure about a satisfactory business case. I am very sure that construction won't begin until external funding has been secured. I'm very, very nervous about inflation. I know what we're likely up for with the Dublin Street Bridge, and if Guakatahi comes back and says it's not viable, what that might cost us. If we wait 3 to 5 years, and I know I've just clarified it with B and C, at roughly 10% increase per year, which is not understating the fact, the cost would be huge in 3 to 5 years from now. It would be horrific. And I'm very, very keen to see what a business case would say and what external funding we could secure. That would be our guide to any decision in the future.
All right. So that's 3 and 3. So we are we're done there. So all I will say is that just to close this off is that the Opera House goes back to me one of our cores. This is a maintenance and improvement issue on a very old asset. Probably to Councillor Josh's point, it's not really something we're going to have to do at some stage, I believe. So either way, let's put this to the vote that the council approves the Opera House Stagehouse will be left in its current condition, and the council will purchase the scaffolding required. All those in favour? Councillor Charlie, Jenny, Josh, Rob and Peter. Against? Oh, sorry, Josh. Jeepers, it must be the end of the day. Sorry. Did you get that? So, sorry, I'm going to put your hands up again. My apologies. So for those again, those 4 is basically for this. It's got Charlie, Jenny, Michael, Rob and Peter. Voting against, Charlotte, Josh, Glenda, Kate, Helen, Andrew, Ross. Any abstain? Councillor Philippa. So motion is lost. End of the day, jeepers. Okay, so we move to the councillor officer recommendation. Councillor Helen, Councillor Kate. Do we have any questions or clarification? Councillor Kate,
No,
want
I
to talk to it?
want to speak to it.
Okay, so I'm assuming that we don't have any questions. So we've got a mover and a seconder. So Councillor Kate, you'd like to talk to this.
Thank you. In terms of the three aspects of this recommendation, a new stage house is built and a new fly system is implemented, is in my words, my horizon scanning, looking to the future. B and C are both insurance policies that we don't get ahead of ourselves and build something that we actually don't need.
Councillor Philippa.
Yes, I'm going to support this because I don't want to be a total Scrooge today. But I kind of reluctantly support this and nearly supported for the previous resolution. I want to make it clear though, council has actually invested in the Opera House. We earthquake strengthened it and we've put in new seating, etc. at quite significant cost. So please, you know, previous councils have tried to look after this asset. I only really support these resolutions around the satisfactory business case of 150,000, which I understand is factored into this LTP, and that 9 million external funding is secured, not promised, secured. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further comments on this, so I'm going to put to the vote that a new stage house is built and that the fly system is implemented for the Royal Whanganui Opera House, and B, notes that the project proceeding is subject to a satisfactory business case being developed, including key stakeholder engagement, and C, construction of the project won't begin until external funding is secured. All those in favour? Okay, Charlotte, Josh, Glenda, Kate, Helen, Andrew, Ross, Philippa. All those against? Charlie, Peter, Jenny, Michael and Rob. Any abstained? I don't think there were, so motion is carried. Okay, all right, we were going to have a break, but I'm very conscious that the youth have been waiting apparently for a very long time. So hopefully you've had something to talk about. So we'll cover off now we'll move forward through to the youth item, which is under other. We have a councillor proposed resolution from Councillor Josh. Oh, there's an amendment, is there? Okay. Can we go straight to that, please? Okay. Can we just put that up, or is it? Oh, right. Okay. Okay, so just wait a moment. What's that, sorry? I know. Yeah, David, we're just going to do this one first, and then we're going to have a break and drill the hole. So we've got a contractor on site that's waiting for us to have a break so they can drill a hole. But we're going to cover this item first. Yep. Right. Okay, so we've got Okay, so probably should have taken a break. But. Okay, so look, I thought we were ready to go, but we're not. It's no fault of anyone else. So let's take a break, and if you could organise the contractor. back again. So thanks for your patience. It is the end of the day. So just very quickly, what I'm going to do from here is I'm not really keen to rush things just because it's the end of the day. But what I will do is we'll focus on the youth decision first, and then we'll go to a couple of what I think are easy ones, I think. And we'll come back tomorrow fresh for anything else that remains, if that makes sense. All right. So the Youth Committee, we've got an alternative recommendation from Councillor Josh and Councillor Glenda, so that the Council approves a total budget of $40,000 from 1 July 2024 onwards to support youth participation in local government and youth initiatives, and establishes a working party of elected members and officers to review and make recommendations along with youth and community engagement on the appropriate structure and report back to Council within 6 months of the long-term plan adoption. So I'm assuming that Councillor Josh is the mover and Councillor Glenda is the seconder. Is that right? Okay. Do we have any questions of clarification around this particular item? Councillor Ross and then Rob.
Thank you. Speed reading. Third to last line, brackets, along with youth and community engagement. Could you define for me what it means by youth? Is it our existing youth councillors or is it the youth of Wanganui? Okay, Councillor Charlotte.
So that would be yes with our youth council, with potentially with the broader youth sector, including the rangatahi within our community.
And if I can just add to that the standard definition of youth is 12 to 24.
12.
Age 12 to 24 is the standard definition of youth, so it would probably be within those parameters. But let's not be overly prescriptive. You know, let's let this process evolve and consult as we need to.
I'm 66, so I'm not in that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rob.
Thank you. Just a question. Josh is the mover here. Josh, Councillor Josh led this to be the motion that ceased the youth council 12 months ago or February last year, and you gave us reasons why it needs to be disestablished. Can you tell us what's changed? Why are we reinstating something that was considered to be necessary to close 12 months ago?
Well, I'd correct you there, Councillor Rob, sorry, through you, Mayor Andrew, and say that I did not lead a proposal to disestablish the Youth Council. This proposal was brought to us as one of a number of cost-saving reductions, and as a council we collectively chose to remove it as part of the draft budget. It was not led by me.
But I'd also read that's not what's on the screen.
Okay. So, I understand, Your Worship, that there were difficulties in getting a forum together or a quorum together, and that was part of the reason. Can you comment on that, please?
I'm just wondering, is this... do you want to comment on that, or I'm happy to comment on that, or...
I mean, the Councillor Charlotte would be better placed to reflect on it from over the last couple of years, as I have not been the councillor appointee to the Youth Council. What I can say is that over the last approximately 4 years, there have been a variety of challenges that I can speak to once we move into debate. I don't think it does us much good to cover those off here as part of questions. It's a long-term issue.
Yep. Okay, that's right. I thought your response might be.
Point of clarification. The motion is not suggesting that the Youth Council is being reinstated.
Correct.
It is saying that there will be a working group that will look at what the future might look forward to, but there is a 40,000 budget. It's quite a different thing from reinstating a youth committee.
That's right.
Okay, great. Okay, no, that's good. Councillor Josh, did you want to? Any questions of clarification? I've got right now. So your microphone is on.
Oh, I'm happy to speak to it if that's
okay.
where we're
No,
at.
that's right. I'll just Councillor Philippa, questions of clarification.
Quick question, sorry. What is the? Please remind us the rate impact of this unbudgeted LTP. Or what's the rate impact though? 40,000, please.
30,000.
Oh, is it 30 now?
There's already 10,000 in the budget as it stands. This brings it up to 40,000, so an increase of 30.
Which is, okay, an increase, but it's not the rate, I mean the percentage.
0.04 to 0.05.
Thank you. It's rate impact, not loan funded, obviously.
Operational.
All right, and Councillor Jenny, got a question of clarification.
Yeah, sorry, I just put biscuit in my mouth. Will there be any carryovers from this current financial year that can go into next year that will reduce that 40,000?
Through your worship, I think we may have discussed this in a workshop previously. The approach we've taken is the LTP as a circuit breaker in terms of carry forwards. So we've assumed no carry forwards, and every budget has been built up from fresh.
Okay, thank you. Right, so there's no further questions of clarification, so I'm going to move to comments. So, Councillor Josh.
Thank you. As you all know, I first joined the Youth Committee myself 17 years ago as a 12-year-old in 2007. Since then, I was the administrator of the Youth Committee for a brief period of time in 2016, and my first two terms on council were spent as the councillor appointee to the Youth Committee and then to the revised Youth Council. So I do have a fairly strong attachment, if you like, to the Youth Council, and I'll be speaking on it from that perspective. So the first thing that I want to say is that my personal preference, and no one should be surprised at this, my personal preference was to continue with the Youth Council as it stood. And the reason I say that is because civics engagement and youth participation in politics is frankly terrible in this country, but more broadly than that too. I mean, local government turnout in last year's, 2022 election was something like 34%, and there is not sufficient civics education in schools either. So we have a problem in terms of engaging people in the political process. And one of the very real advantages that I've always seen in a youth council is actively involving young people in our system of local governance, where young people can sit around this table, learn about standing orders, have a relationship with their elected members, participate in the development of strategy and policy, and present to council and run events themselves too. And over the 18 years that the Youth Committee has been established, it has both performed supremely well and it has also struggled. And in the last 4 years, unfortunately, for a myriad of reasons, the Youth Council has been struggling. There have been challenges around resourcing and recruitment, and a number of other areas. And I do want to acknowledge the youth councillors that are here today, once again participating in the system of local government. It's really good to have you all here. Now, that said, even though I am personally quite wedded to the Youth Council in its current form, I'm also reminding myself that I need to be open-minded. And so what I've done is come up with a recommendation that still provides resourcing for youth initiatives and youth participation in local government, but that also does not predetermine what the most optimal structure may be going into the future. And so I'd like everyone to consider supporting this, supporting a working party being established to review what the best solution is and reporting back within 6 months of the long-term plan adoption. And also, and this part's quite critical because I imagine that there will be questions around the funding that we apply, putting the money in the budget now so that once we do have a suite of recommendations in response to the review, that we can hit the ground running straight away, not having to wait for next year's annual plan to confirm resourcing for this. And I think that, particularly based on the feedback that we had in the consultation period, that there's a large portion of the community that expect us to be resourcing in this space. So I'm strongly encouraging everyone to support this and to keep an open mind on what the future of youth engagement through this council will look like. And I'm encouraging our youth councillors to be involved in this process as well. Thank you.
Gosh, you had 9 seconds left, so well done. Councillor Jenny.
I won't use even a part of that. So I was the council appointee to the Youth Council 10 years ago when I first became a councillor, and I was the first one that wasn't the chair. So it was from me that the youth themselves took over as co-chairs. And I've always been in full support of the Youth Council, and I have seen that in recent times the Youth Council hasn't had the support and leadership that it's needed to flourish. And there's a myriad of reasons why that's happened, but we are aware of it, and it's time for that changed. The only it was really the recommendation of the current councillor appointee that I even remotely thought about voting to close the Youth Council. So I think we do, I appreciate what Josh has done and putting this resolution forward. Sorry, my brain's getting really tired. I do support this, but I do think we need to do it differently. We need to put in the proper support. It needs to be particularly positive, and it needs to be quite clear as to what it's all about. And I think it's our responsibility to do that with the Youth Council.
Right, thank you. Councillor Michael.
Thank you, Mayor Andrew. I think there's a real confusion with us and the public between the Youth Council and doing things for youth. And I don't want to get those conflated, because the problem I have is we remove the Youth Council and people say we're not doing anything for youth. The Youth Council is a separate item. We don't do enough for youth. Absolutely not. But the Youth Council is something different, and I think it's unsure on what it is. And the reason why I say that is because I've heard 3 or 4 different objects. Me and Councillor Josh, and I hope you don't mind me saying this, we spent 4 hours debating this about 6 months ago. But what is the Youth Council? It was a great conversation, but what we came to the conclusion of was we both disagree what a Youth Council is. I don't think it's ready for council staff. I don't want to waste time and money on council staff for this until it is ready for it. Yeah. So my proposal, which is why I'm not supporting Josh's proposal, is very similar, but it's 16,000. The reason why 16,000 is because we've already got 10,000 in the budget. There is $6,000 in their budget at the moment that I would like to recommend carrying over. If it can't be carried over, we'll just pull it out for pizzas and then re-bring it back in next year. I'm not actually saying that on purpose, but I'm saying roll it over, please. And then dedicated elected members' support. And I'm happy to be that support. I'm happy to do it with Josh as well. I'm happy to do it with anybody. But my idea would be that we focus on driving the Youth Council for success, not just playing council. Not pretending they're going to be councillors, because some of them are old enough to be councillors now. To me, I would like to look at increased engagement with the youth, reducing NEETs, and increasing youth opportunities. They're my 3 things I want to drive, and I'm happy to drive that with no budget, myself, or with somebody else for the next year, and then prove to you that we warrant spend in the council. Because today we've spent all the time adding back to the budget, and I do not want to add more to the budget personally. But I'm happy to keep the Youth Council and do it for 16,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to acknowledge all the youth councillors that are sitting in here today and who have engaged so well and effectively throughout this consultation period. I will be supporting this motion. Approving a budget of $40,000 does not mean that we are aiming to spend $40,000 in the next year, or certainly not the next 6 months, while we're establishing a working party of elected members and officers to review and make recommendations. What this is saying is that there is absolutely a need that has been recognised by the public and communicated to us really strongly throughout the hearings process, that we need to be engaging with youth. And I have identified really strongly, since I've been in my position as the council appointee to the Youth Council and had a door in to the youth sector, that there is a really strong missing link. Like you just stated, Michael, I have been communicating with a number of people within the youth sector, and I'm starting to build conversations and networks to investigate what that conduit could look like. And I think we need time. I think we need time to discuss and establish how a budget is best utilised and spent, and how youth can best participate in local government. I think that this hits the mark, and as Josh said, I'm really excited to work through this with youth, with our youth council, to help us draw up what those recommendations might look like. So thank you, Josh and Glenda, for bringing forward this motion. I will be supporting it, and I hope that my colleagues will too.
Okay, great, thank you. Look, we've got 3-4. We've got one against, so we're going to look at Councillor Kate. Do you have any? Are you against this or?
No, I'm for it.
Okay.
But I did want to offer something.
Yeah, I think, look, for the sake of time, I think we're covered there, so thank you. So we have no further comments, so I'm going to put this motion on the screen, that the council, as I've already read it out, it's quite a long one, so, and I've forgotten how to read at this time of the day, so so I'm going to put the motion that the council approves the total budget of 40,000 from 1 July to onwards to support youth participation in local government, etc. All those in favour? Councillor Charlie, Charlotte, Josh, Glenda, Kate, Andrew, Jenny, Rob, Ross, Philippa. Against? Helen, Peter and Michael. Motion is carried. So thank you. All right, and thank you once again to the youth, for those sitting in the room there, for your what is it? Your persistence, your dedication to ensuring the voice of youth. I don't think anyone denies the voice of youth is so important to our community. Certainly I don't, and I think that might have got a bit lost in the translation between Cuddon Youth Council and where we're at today, but it's certainly important. So I'm just conscious of time. We do want to be finished by 6. Councillor Jenny is not going to be here tomorrow, so we're just looking at where we cover off first. And so we're going to go to the Marai development first. Oh, so not that one. Oh, I saw that at the top of the list. Sergeant first. Okay. All right. Okay. I thought, jeepers, what's going on there? Because it looked hard. Okay. Sergeant. Okay, can we put that up, please? So this is Sergeant Gallery. All right. Okay, Sergeant Gallery. So we have an officer recommendation, but we also have 2 other. Sorry. Sorry, I'm just wondering what's. Okay. So we've got a alternative recommendation from Councillor Josh that the council approves the Sergeant Gallery operating budget is increased by 100,000 per year from 2024. Mover, Councillor Josh. Do we have a seconder for that?
Maybe the Chief Executive briefly say what decision we made in the early decisions so that people know what decision we made and what the changes of both here are proposing, because they are different than the draft LTP decisions. Like, there's no context around this for the public.
So just for clarity, Councillor Philippa, you just want me to set out the context around, yeah, from the original draft budget through to where we are today. Yep. Great. Okay. So back in November, we started the process of budgeting and preparing the draft budgets. The Sergeant Gallery budget was obviously part of that process. We compared back to the previous long-term plan to see where we originally forecast we would be and put as much downward pressure on that budget as possible without compromising our ability to run the Sergeant Gallery. Obviously, some things like the cost of electricity, insurance for the buildings, those are things that are outside of our control and have been driven up by inflation and other factors since the 2021 LTP was set. Subsequent to the draft budget being set, in the February council meeting, the council considered a paper that included non-significant service level cuts. In there was an option to reduce the draft Sergeant Gallery budget, operating budget, by $200,000. That was approved by council, and then that was the budget that we went out to consult the community with. So based on the draft budget that is now before you, the Sergeant Gallery budget has already effectively taken a 200k reduction compared to the original budget that was put forward for it. This motion from Councillor Josh would have the effect of putting $100,000 back into the budget. So the total cut would only be $100,000 compared to the original budget that was prepared. Does that make sense? And cover it? Does that cover what you wanted me to, Philippa?
Okay. Councillor Jenny.
Thank you. This is a question for Mike in the back row. What was the increase in budget from the 23-24 year to the 24-25 year? So the budget went up considerably. How much was that amount? Thank you.
I can give you 459,000.
Could you confirm the 459,000?
Okay, Councillor Peter.
Yeah, I just wanted to know what the original budget that we cut for $200,000 from what? Was it?
Can I just suggest that rather than getting too into the weeds right now, you see the seconder, because if this doesn't have
Yeah, sorry, I forgot that. I did ask for a seconder, but it's got lost on the first bit, so sorry, yes. And do we have a seconder for this? Thank you.
Is it a yawn or is it a...
Okay. Sorry, yes, no, I did actually ask them. I got interrupted and got carried away with the questions of clarification. So that's questions are done. So we are now going to comment on this. Any comments? I see a lot of lights coming up. So Councillor Rob.
Yes. I find this a bit of a slap in the face for the ratepayer. You know, the budget for the Sergeant Gallery for next year has increased 459,000, and it's now 4.539 million. That's $188 per SUIP. You know, and I'm sorry, the ratepayers' pockets are empty on this one. To ask them for another 100,000 is just going too far. in this budget, there's 3.4 FTEs that's going to be advertised in August for the front desk. Now, it's time we actually got a bit tough on this and said, find this money elsewhere, Sergeant Gallery. They could fill those vacancies with volunteers, no problem at all. A gallery host program would fill those, no problem at all. So we don't need to give them another $100,000. 4.539 million is enough.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Michael.
And I agree with my colleagues to my left, which is why in the second motion I've urged you all to consider reducing it by another $100,000. And the reasoning is because when we were first told about the budget cuts, we struggled and we looked at 300,000 that was recommended, and we thought, well, no, let's do 200,000. 200,000 seems legit. But then I wasn't told that they just had an increase of 459,000. So we're not actually reducing it by 200,000. We're actually increasing it by 259,000. And my councillor across the road from me wants to increase it by 359,000 for a art gallery. So I would like to not only close this one down, but also urge you all to think about reducing it by another 100,000 to go from 4,539,000 to 4,439,000, from $188 per average ratepayer to $184, only $3 per ratepayer. It's nothing major. To give you an example, $188 versus aquatics, which we're happy to close because it's too much money, $128. Libraries, $130. The art gallery is a substantial cost, and the fact of the matter is we're still giving them a $200 increase on their original item, and I'm happy to go another 100K. I'm actually happy to do another 200, but I'll go 100 today.
Thank you. Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really disappointed this is being relitigated. Officers brought to us, they brought to us on non-significant items a proposal to reduce this by 200,000. That was their best advice, and we made a decision and actually supported it. And you know, I'm sorry, but it seems to be how many submissions have we had on this? Very few. We've had one person speak to on this, and look, this. The Sergeant Gallery is doing itself no favours here. The Sergeant needs to take some pain, like everyone else, quite frankly. We've had significant service cuts and activity cuts to our community. We are in a cost of living crisis. And I'm sorry, but to be told that the brand needs to be managed, are the words, and that we're looking at this could be significant implications, and we're going from a Vespa to a Rolls Royce. We're going to move this from a Vespa to a Rolls Royce when this is a Rolls Royce. Our community, and there's been clarification, our community did decide to put $4 million into the capital of this around the earth, and they were told that for years. They have put 17 million into it, over 4 times, regardless of what we... You know, it's over 4 times. And last year we asked our community for nearly $10 million more. We struck the rate for that in a cost of living crisis. And this budget has gone up by 459,000. So for words like, with respect, the Sergeant care to say she's flabbergasted and it's poppycock, it's just not acceptable, and it's not doing the Sergeant any favours. Please stick to our original resolution. It's been approved, and we have not had significant pushback from our community on this. This is the right. I won't support Councillor Michaels for a further cut. I could quite easily do that. Some of us might be able to do that. But we've made a decision. I think we should stick to this decision and not increase that budget again by 100,000.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Josh.
Thank you. What I'm suggesting here is that we move from a $200,000 cut for the new budget associated with the new sergeant and new extension to a $100,000 cut. Because I do agree that, like a myriad of services in the community, that we need to be showing restraint. At the same time, this is a project 25 years approximately in the making. It is a $69 million project. It's been 74% externally funded and the remainder by the ratepayer. And we have had a dedicated group of people who have volunteered for over a decade to raise the funds for this project. We have a Burl report that was published in 2018, I believe, so yes, I acknowledge that it is a little out of date, but that indicated that $11 million per annum of economic benefit associated with the increased domestic visitation and international visitation would come into the Wanganui district as a consequence of this project. We've also seen the incredibly positive international media that this project has received over the last 12 months in anticipation of the opening. So my contention is that hearing all of the accusations out in the community about the sergeant being a white elephant, let's do everything possible to prevent it from being a white elephant, and that includes ensuring that for the first year of opening we deliver an opening program, exhibitions that blow it right out of the park and make a real impact and set the standard for what this gallery can be going into the future. And I don't want to see us cut the knees off the opening at the final hurdle. And that means giving the resourcing that is required to deliver an excellent opening event for this district. So I don't expect to win today, funnily enough, but I am putting it before you because I do think it needs to be advocated for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jenny?
Yeah, this one totally mystifies me. I mean, it's just
For or against?
Mystifies me that one would
So
consider...
are you against this? 'Cause
I'm
we've had
against it,
three.
but I can't talk tomorrow. If you could give me just that little bit
Okay,
of
just
leeway.
because you're
I
not here
could-
tomorrow, I'll
Just
let
because I'm
Renee
not here
do that.
tomorrow.
Yep.
Thank you for that. Appreciated. Thought I was getting away with it. I mean, when all other departments have been asked to reduce their budgets and they've dug deep and found things and done things that they haven't wanted to do, and we have voted for things that we haven't wanted to vote for, like I don't want to cut anything in the library and places like that, and here we are with the Sargent Gallery, which I totally support, has had an increase of $459,000, which we reduced by 2, and now we want to put it back up. To me, it's totally insane. Everybody needs to cut their cloth accordingly. We've got people out there, we've got ratepayers who can't even afford to turn their hot water on most of the week. And we want to add more money to one of the most well-funded aspects of this council. It's just not okay. I remain mystified as to why one would want to do this.
Deputy Mayor Helen.
Thank you. Look, it's fine. I know it's late and people don't want to have this conversation, but this is debate, and I don't mind that we put things up that might not be popular, you know. I think it's obviously lost, and that's fine. And I seconded it because I support Josh in everything that he said, so I'm not even going to go there again. I just want to remind people in the words they use, because the Sargent Gallery is our asset. It is not. It is our asset, and we have approved budgets, and it was our project to do the extension and the earthquake strengthening. And actually this community has had very good value. It's a big project, but 17 million, so I know it's a lot of money for this community, but actually, as a percentage of the whole project, we've done very well. Because the Sargent Gallery Trust, which does all the fundraising, a lot of the fundraising, they are voluntary organisations of citizens who have volunteered their time to fundraise for us. They haven't driven this project. We have driven this project, folks. So just when you refer to it, can you just be careful when it's sort of like accusing that they're doing something wrong or it's their project and they've driven this. Okay? We just need to be aware of that.
What's your point of order?
We're talking about the operational budget and not making any reference to the capital budget, so I'm not sure that
So you're talking about irrelevance?
to the operational budget of
Okay.
Is that, while I appreciate the Sergeant Trust...
Point of
Sorry,
order.
sorry.
It's
I just
around
need-
the 150,000.
So let me respond to the first point of order, please. Okay. So your, sorry, relevance. Look, at the end of the day, I heard Deputy Mayor responding to something, whether it's relevant or not. I can't make a call at the moment. It's kind of a grey zone for me. I don't know. But Councillor Philippa, your point of order.
Yeah, look, mine's around misrepresentation. While I appreciate the Trust has done a lot of voluntary work, the Sargent Gallery Trust Board was funded at $150,000 for a number of years to do the fundraising, so it is not completely voluntary. Let's be very clear about that. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Thank you. I haven't finished speaking. I don't. Can I correct that? I do not believe they received any payment. That would have covered some expenses of fundraising. Can I also just say, of the total budget of 4.5 million, is actually 809,000 of council overhead, which is actually not really their cost. It's how we just spread our costs. So, just so people are aware. That's enough. Thank you.
Right. Okay. We have no further comments. So I'll put the motion on the screen that the Sargent Gallery operating budget is increased by 100,000 per year from 24 to 25. All those in favour? Councillor Josh and Deputy Mayor Helen. So that is fails. All those against? Sorry. And any abstaining? Okay. Everyone else. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. All right. Great. Andrew, I'm pulling my motion. Okay. Great. Thank you. So, therefore, we revert back to what's already in the 10-year plan. So, thank you, Councillor Michael. It is now 5:59. I'm going to make a call that we adjourn the meeting until tomorrow. And I want to say thank you for, I think, generally very good behaviour today and good debate. Yeah, so I think we've done very well. So really appreciate that. Sorry. Okay, so I'm just going to communicate that to those online. So we started the process at draft at 10.6, we moved to 10.8, and with the decisions we've made today, we've gone to 11.2. Is that correct? So far.
It's really important that we identify what these sectors are, because we all know that the residential sector is more than 2% higher. And that's very, very important to identify.
Sure. Okay. Well, we can cover that off tomorrow. It is very complex, that particular item. But yes, I hear you. There's different rates for lifestyle and different rates for different things.
Mayor Andrew, just for clarification, I know, but for tomorrow, because we've only got a morning booked, we've already had 2 days, and some of us will have some other commitments. Can I just ask how you think we might get through all this within that 3 hours that's allocated? I mean,
look, I'm not sure how we're going to get through that yet. It may be the case that we have to go beyond those 3 hours. My hope is that we have the substantive items out of the way. Might be 1 or 2 to go, and we've got the development contributions and fees and charges. But look, it's up to us how we do that. The more questions we ask, the more debate we have, the longer it's going to take. So I'm going to pass a motion that we adjourn the meeting. Do I need to do that?
I'll second it.
Adjourn the meeting until tomorrow. All those in favour? I'll move it. Councillor Josh, second. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried.